Look how nice and neat and no white stuff, no residue. Just I'm dabbing as I go. That is, man. Y'all better get y'all some braid gel, man. Something that keep you going and flowing and not getting nappy at the end. And look how this, I'm just balling, period. That's crazy. Just a little bit. That's all you need. Stay in late. Y'all better get y'all something for real.
The candlelight visual comes a day before court for Gia Davis in the unaliving of Tamara Plumber. Destiny tells us a story of how her mother picked her up that day and how that particular day was very odd. Destiny's story gives us an insight on what type of parent Tamara was. After watching this, I have concerns about the children grieving properly and if they have anyone that could help them with this. Tamara was the type of mother that stood up for her children, right or wrong, especially Destiny, according to her story. This is the true story of Tamara Plumber.
Bring that chair, bring that chair.
Keep. You want me to release them too?
I don't know what the I don't know what to say besides what's saying. It's clear that I want the only one love my mama.
Yes, baby. Yes.
But I know it's different. Ain't nobody love compared to me. Oh, y'all. My mama, that was like literally my best friend. She never grew me up as a mama. Like she always acted as my best friend.
Yeah.
She'll let me get away with the world, anything.
Amen.
Yeah.
What you said.
It's my daughter. That's all she say. She argue with the whole family. She don't care how many times. Destiny. She don't care. She would do it all. That's why I don't know how to feel. Because I just only question I keep asking myself. Like, did my mama see me? Like, did you hear me? Did you see me? Did you know? I didn't leave you. I never left my mama. And it's so weird. What's so weird to me, y'all, that my mama asked me this week. She was like, I want to go somewhere. I want to go out to eat. Take y'all out to eat. It's going to be a surprise. I'm not going to tell you who's coming with us. And she was like, we in your off days. And everybody that know my mama.
You cut the class on.
My mama always at work. Every day.
There you go.
Every single day. And I text my mama back. We said Wednesday and Thursday. And I guess Thursday was the day we supposed to have. It's just weird. My mama, she got her hair done Thursday. She went to Starbucks. She ain't been to Starbucks in 2 weeks. She saying all her kids in one day. It's the first day out of a long time my mama done seen all her kids in one day. Because I work, I stay somewhere else. She work. Sean always and practice. Like, this is the first day my mama seen all her kids in one day. And it's so weird because I got my own car, everything. And my mama asked me, she's not for to come get you. You want to come? And usually me, I would have said, I'm too drunk, or I don't feel right, or I don't feel good.
What you be drinking, that Pink Whitney?
Yeah. It's like,
She got it right here, y'all.
I was so energized. Like, I didn't budge. When my mama asked to come get me, I told her, okay, come on. And she came and got me. It's so weird because she took me to the liquor store. And we went, I tried to go in there and get the liquor, and they was like, girl, you look too young. Blah, blah, blah. My mama was in the car. I came outside. I said, Mom, where your ID at? She pulled the ID out. She said, girl, that look just like you. I said, Mom, you supposed to not fit.
Well, we know she'll do some shit like that. We all know that.
And like, everybody that know my mother knows she'll sit in the car with the music. She don't like getting out. She's so lazy, baby. She don't like getting out. She didn't have no problem with getting out the store, going in the liquor store, and none of it. She brought her ID and herself. We went in the liquor store, and it was some men behind us. And they was like, how old you is? I mean, I'm pretty sure everybody seen what I had on there.
Oh, yeah, we seen it.
So they was looking at me over there. And my mama turned around like, like that. And so he asked how old I was. I'm like 23. Because I was trying to lie, you know, so the people that don't get the liquor, you know, they won't try to say that. And the man turned around and said, we ain't looking at you. We looking at her.
Wait a minute, did she have her teeth in?
Oh, man. No. The man said, how old she is? You the sister? I said, nah, that's my mama. And it's crazy because I told that man, my mama 40. My mama's still 30. Man. She didn't even make it to 40. I'm so mad. I don't know what my mama was trying to tell me. I don't know, y'all. I just don't know. I don't know what will make us. My mama always take her off days. I got my own car. I'm always everywhere. I don't know what made me get in the car with my mama. I don't know what made us not argue that day. I don't know nothing. And it's so crazy because the day before that, I was calling my mama, bawling my eyes out, crying. Because my rent is sky high. And I was like, Mom, I don't know what to do no more. Like, these folks finna text me. They really think I got some money. Like this, you gotta stop flexing. You got everybody thinking you're rich. You ain't got shit.
It sounds like some shit.
You learn from the best.
Like, hold on. This Shay on the other end. Call you right back. She hung up. She called, stay on the phone. She called me. I don't even want to hear it. And she just sent me a text. Girl, stop out of damn crying. You always got a house to come back to. I love you.
I know that's right.
And that's just so weird. What house? I never want to go back there again. Like, everything is. That's my best friend. Anybody know me? That's my best friend. I'm just lost for words. I really appreciate it.
Appreciate everybody.
And I really do love each and every one of y'all. I knew my mama was good, even just by me. It's like, it's so weird to me that y'all is really helping me cope with this, helping me every step of the way, every cent. Like she said, my great grandma said, I don't give a damn if it was 2 red pennies. Anything, everything. I really appreciate y'all. I love all of y'all. I'm so glad y'all can release these balloons. My mama would have had a fit up. Oh, we trying to release them.
All right, so now with that being said, we is trying to release them. We ain't gonna put it on. You gotta get loose. If you don't get loose, we ain't gonna play it. What a pink Whitney, y'all give us a pink Whitney. Give her that shit. That's enough for that sad shit. Tamara don't want you to be sad, motherfucker. It's enough for that sad shit.
If there was ever a time to be sensitive about what she's going through and all of her children, it would have been right then and there. And there was no sympathy. That was the uncle that we seen on the news. Now, I don't like to attack families, and I'm just simply stating what I see. This is not the proper way to grieve. And I just want everybody to know that you can talk to somebody. There's a better way of coping with it. And I hope, like I said, that she has somebody, all of her children. She had 4 children, all under the age of 20. I mean, Destiny was the oldest, and I didn't see the other kids around, but I don't know who her children are. I'm sure they were there. But that right there broke my heart. We're going to continue, but I want y'all to drop down in the comments and let me know what you think about this.
See that sad shit? She don't want to see that crying? Put on that 833. Look at her drunk ass. She a drunk, y'all. Look at her. You can let them go. I got it on video. I'm taking it out the girl school. One more shot, Disney. One more shot.
We have so much to talk about concerning this because, man, if this is how she is going to be dealing with it, it is not going to be okay. It is not going to be easy. It's not easy losing a parent. It's not easy losing anyone that you love, especially your mother. But this is not the way to deal with it. Thank you for watching. Please subscribe to the channel. This is part 2 of Tamara Plumber, a Memphis, Tennessee mother who was gunned down during a teen fight at her house Thursday. We left off where the suspect fired his weapon, and here he is seen walking away. The teens that were fighting at the time was actually her daughter, Destiny Plummer, who you see here. After you see what's happening here, this guy walks away smoothly. She picks up her mom's weapon and she protects her mother. She did what any person would have done in that position. The male you see, Gian Davis, he was charged with first-degree murder, and he's due back in court on Monday. Destiny Plummer was also arrested, and she was charged with reckless endangerment with a deadly weapon, and she was since bonded out on a $5,000 bond. 2 other women suffered minor injuries, and an 11-year-old girl suffered critical injuries.
Everyone in this South Memphis community quiet after Thursday's shooting.
Everybody love her. She's a lovable person.
Hurting from the loss of their loved one.
I don't know how it's gonna be Why she gone?
His sister, 39-year-old Tamara Plumber, was shot and killed in South Memphis on Quinn Avenue near Pillow. Her death caught on camera. What was it like seeing that video?
I mean, I don't know how I'm going to deal with that with the rest of my life. It's just play back in my head over and over and over and over. And I really wish people could just report this video so I don't even want to see it no more.
Action News 5 has reviewed the video that's been going around on social media. It shows what appears to be several teenagers fighting. Plummer can be seen with a gun trying to break up the fight. At one point, it looks like she points the gun in the air. Moments later, Plummer was shot. Police has charged this man, Jayon Davis, with first-degree murder.
People should have to go put GoFundMe pages to raise money to bury people or to have fish fried. We shouldn't have to go through that, but it is what it is. It's Memphis.
Burchett says he is still trying to make sense of this senseless violence. Is forgiveness even possible?
I mean, I really can't say. I really can't say because you took somebody's life.
According to police records, juveniles seen in the video fighting were Davis's daughters. Davis reportedly told police during the fight he approached Plummer, then walked away. That's when he says an unknown person gave him a gun. He told police he approached Plummer again, shooting her 3 times.
The world needs to get better. Memphis needs to be better. We need prayer over Memphis. I mean, and just not from this circumstance, from all the circumstances that are going on in Memphis. People shouldn't have to go through this.
According to Davis, someone handed him the weapon. Well, that was clearly debunked on video when he was seen going to his truck and grabbing that weapon. Now listen, initially I was thinking, oh my God, I wish things would be different. And I still do. I wish this would have never happened. I wish she would have never put out her weapon. There is a rule with guns, and you never pull it out unless you're going to use it because people don't know what you're thinking around them, right? But this man, it was a little bit more sinister because he hit her 3 times. How do you do that 3 times? No, that was targeted. Before this happened, they were having a conversation and they said the kids launched at each other and that is how it all happened. I wish that the kids would have just went in the house, but this is not where we are now. We have a GoFundMe. This family needs help burying her. It is unfortunate. It could have been prevented and the truth will come out in court. I am happy that her daughter was able to get bonded out, because she did what any of us would have did. Drop down in the comments. Let me know. How do you think you would have reacted to this? But there's information to come. We have to wait for the court proceeding. According to reports, Destiny said that the weapon accidentally went off. Well, we also see that in the video as well. And you definitely can see that she fired the weapon. She was protecting her mother. She was protecting her family. They came to her house. And I'm not sure if Davis was a neighbor. Maybe he was. Maybe this was an ongoing battle between the kids. And please, y'all, just take this as a lesson. Teach our kids not to fight. Make them go in the house and defuse it. This was escalated. And it was not necessary. I pray for the 11-year-old girl who was critically injured. The other people had minor injuries and are released. So drop down in the comments. Let me know what you think about this. And let me know if you would like for me to follow this case. Please be sure to like, share, and subscribe to my channel. Make this go viral.
Was at Will County Court in Joliet and has new information on the case.
Kylie Cleveland is back home tonight and being ordered to stay there on electronic monitoring after she was charged with obstruction of justice. This as CBS 2 has learned new details about where she went after her boyfriend killed 8 people. 21-year-old Kylie Cleveland appeared before a Will County judge accused of withholding critical information about her boyfriend, Romeo Nance, who is also the father of her 3-year-old son. Investigators believe Nance fatally shot multiple members of his own family, including his mother, aunt, uncle, brother, and 3 sisters. He would later shoot 2 men at random, leaving a total of 8 people dead and 1 injured. Detectives are still trying to determine what Cleveland knew, if anything, about the murders. CBS 2 has learned through sources that after the rampage took place, Cleveland went to a local sports bar in Joliet, where she was hanging out with friends around 9 p.m. According to the source, the 21-year-old appeared to be pacing back and forth while at Double J Sports Bar. It would be the following night when Cleveland was brought in for questioning at the Joliet Police Department. That's where detectives said she gave false information and lied about not having Nance's phone number.
It's a big deal, but the trick is whether or not they could prove it.
Considering that the gunman took his own life, Cleveland at this point is the only person charged in connection to this case. And experts say when you factor in the gravity of the crime, if found guilty, that will certainly play a role in her sentence.
It's a serious case. It's not, lying about a shoplifting. It's lying about a multiple murder. And so I think that will factor into what sentence is eventually imposed. She could get probation on this charge, but she could also get up to 3 years in the Illinois Department of Corrections.
I'm going to play this. This video is actually from last January. He was being arrested at this time. He was being accused of shooting at some other woman. He was being accused of firing at some woman's car during a road rage or something. So nonsense. And he just fired a weapon at somebody. That is one of the things that I was able to find out that he had on his police record. I believe that this is why the cops were arresting him right here. And just pay attention to what's going on, y'all. The woman screaming in the background is Mom, who is now deceased because he took out his own mother. And here it is, y'all. This is crazy.
Stop clicking, man.
No, he doesn't. Who do you think he is? No, bro. He doesn't have a warrant. He doesn't have a warrant, bro.
Stop telling us that. Yes, he does.
Okay.
It's fair.
That's a big of a deal. Oh, he's going to a leg appointment, bro.
Hey, okay. Relax. Listen. No. It's not that big. Let us do our job and we'll talk to you.
Hey, the police are over here taking Romeo. I don't know. They say he has a warrant. Do you have a search warrant?
Yes, we do.
Hey, let us.
Hey, keep everyone away from the car. Oh, I'll send this. Jeffrey, send us a Mark Unit with a cage over here, please.
Hey, don't go near them. Stay over here. Come over here.
Okay,
come over here.
Show me the warrant.
Okay, I don't have it on me. Okay?
Show me the warrant. Show me.
Well,
Show me now.
We're a little busy right now, okay?
No, show me now.
Okay, well, I'm sorry. You're just going to have to wait.
No, you can't. Warrant.
Yes, we can.
No, you cannot.
We can.
Let me call.
Okay, go ahead.
Grab my phone. It's on the credenza.
You good?
Hey, 32. 32. Extended one in the mag. Good. One in the chamber, I mean.
Wow, violent person. Wow, y'all really just be tagging who's driving. No wonder how y'all know how to get on the real quick. Y'all look up and just ping them up like, this is somebody with a violent history. This is somebody with a history of criminal abuse. This is somebody with some this, that, and the other. Around me, just somebody that's a junkie and look up and be like, this might have drugs on.
Everyone, can you hear me? I'm clear.
Wow, that's crazy. I just be driving. Anytime it flash off, I get on my head.
Yeah, that's Romeo Nance and his mother. And so, look, I pulled up an article that is talking about that particular arrest, but let's see if I can read it. So it says a newly released video and police show the violent history of the man accused of unaliving 8 people in Joliet last month, including footage of him from a year ago fighting with officers until subdued by being handcuffed. So he's 23 years old. He is accused of unaliving 6 other family members, his 3 sisters, Three sisters, 14, 16, and something else. Hold on, let me pull this up. This is his family, y'all. This is his family. There is no clear reason for this. So I'm gonna let y'all know who these people are. The first lady at the top is his mother, Tamika Nance, 47 years old. The next person is William Esther, 35 years old. And that might be his brother. They're not telling me right here in what I'm reading. But William Esther, 35. I know he had a brother that was bedridden that he took out as well. Christine Esther, 38. So those are the people at the top. The bottom row is Joshua Nance, 31. Alexandria Nance, 20. Alana Nance, 16. And Angel Nance, 14. His mother, his three sisters, his brother, and his aunt and uncle. Wow. Okay, so the reason why they was arresting him in that video is because they showed that Nance was charged with robbing two people at knife point in October of 2019 and with shooting at the woman during an apparent road rage attack in January of last year. So it's even worse. It was more than one reason. Golly, robbing somebody, man, and his mother is doing all that, man, lock him up. That's where he should have been at, man. He been coddled probably all his life, feeling like the world owes him something. And he took out his whole family. This is crazy to me. Anyway, I'm irritated. I'm gonna play this video of what, a few details, y'all. This is the press conference. We actually got one with this case. So let's hear what they got to say.
On January 21st, approximately 4:27 p.m., deputies with the Will County Sheriff's Office were sent to an address at Pheasant Run Apartments, located off of Pheasant Run Road and Route 53 in Joliet Township. While deputies were en route, they were advised there was a man found bleeding from the head for an apparent gunshot wound. Deputies located a critically injured male, later identified as Toyosi Bakari, age 28, of Joliet, who was originally from Nigeria. Deputies began to perform life-saving efforts on Mr. Bakari at that time. He had a single gunshot wound to his head, which entered through his left portion near his eye. It is believed that the weapon used in this incident was a 9mm handgun, but further confirmation is needed from the Northeastern Illinois Regional Crime Lab that the Will County Sheriff's Office uses. While deputies were securing the crime scene, they were informed of another shooting that occurred in the city of Joliet, and that was located at the 200 block of Davis Street. The victim reported to the Joliet Police Department the suspect vehicle in that incident was a red Toyota. Toyosi Bakari was transported to St. Joseph Hospital in Joliet, where he succumbed to his injury. Our hearts break for the Bakari family and those that have been affected by this senseless act of violence. Once detectives and crime scene investigators were on scene, it was clear that robbery was not a motive to this. Money was found in the area near where Bakari was located. Detectives learned that he had exited his residence in an attempt to purchase some cigarettes at a local gas station. Video surveillance recovered at the scene showed the suspect vehicle both entering and exiting the Pheasant Run Apartments in a short period of time. This vehicle matched the same description as the Joliet shooting. By 8 p.m., law enforcement was able to identify the suspect vehicle as a red Toyota Camry bearing license plate Q730412. Detectives utilized license plate readers exclusively to attempt to locate the vehicle. The suspect vehicle was known to be used by Joliet resident Romeo Nance, who has an extensive criminal history. So the Sheriff's Office began to focus on locating the suspect and his vehicle by conducting saturation patrols in known addresses where he's been known to, where he was associated with. When the vehicle could not be located, detectives with the Will County Sheriff's Office set up surveillance on the 2200 block of West Acres in Joliet in hopes that the vehicle returned to the residence. When the vehicle could not be located, and the vehicle's movements were no longer active, as a matter of public safety, the Will County Sheriff's Office released the identity of that suspect vehicle. It was at this point that we believed that Mr. Nance had fled the Will County area and was no longer a danger to the public. The Will County Sheriff's Office went to 2212 West Acres to contact the registered owner of the suspect vehicle. Detectives received no response to that residence. Knowing that the residence across the street was also known to be occupied by Romeo Nance, they went to that residence as well. It was at that time that they noticed blood located on the front of the door and fresh gunshot wounds to the door. Detectives, under exigency circumstances, made entry into the home and located two deceased individuals. The Joliet police were contacted at that time by detectives. Once Joliet arrived on scene, a team of officers from the Will County Sheriff's Office and the Joliet Police Department went to the other address across the street at 2212 West Acres and discovered 5 more deceased individuals. All available law enforcement resources, including the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the United States Marshal Service, were being utilized to locate Romeo Nance and the suspect vehicle. Shortly before 6 p.m., members of the Will County Sheriff's Office who were coordinating with the U.S. Marshals advised that Romeo Nance was believed to be traveling in the state of Texas. By around 8 p.m., a helicopter had located the suspect vehicle on I-35, and Texas law enforcement was mobilizing additional resources to stop the vehicle. The Will County Sheriff's Office learned that the suspect, Romeo Nance, pulled his vehicle into the gas station in Natalia, Texas. Task force officers with the United States Marshal Service observed Mr. Nance armed with a firearm fleeing from the vehicle. So at that time, they gave chase to him. He rounded a corner around the gas station and decided to take his life.
Y'all see that coward mess? He took his own life. Something that he could have did first before hurting his entire family. And I didn't even finish reading the article that I was talking about. So it says that they showed Nance was charged with robbing 2 people at knife point in October of 2019. And was shooting a woman during a road rage last year. They also show authorities were called to the home on Acres Road at least 14 times, April of 2022. So this would have been prior to the arrest that we just seen that happened in 23. So this guy is not new to crime. And I don't know why his mother was going for bad for him like that, because I would have wanted him locked up doing all of that stuff. So in the armed robbery, Nance was accused of pressing a knife against the chest of 2 of the people outside of a tobacco store. One victim told police they knew Nance and he was arrested with the knife, according to the records. So court records show he pleaded guilty to a felony of cannabis charges in the case, while the other counts of robbery and theft were dropped. Wow. So he was granted time served for a 29-day sentence and also received 2 years probation. That is the problem. Slaps on the wrist. He don't respect no type of authority, not even his own mother. And he shows that when he took out his entire family and cowardly took himself out too. What a weak link. So weak. And now the family has to, the family that's left have to bury all these people, including him. Wow. Could you freaking imagine? And nobody wants to. So in the road rage shooting, a woman told police she was stopped at a red light on US 30 on Larkin Avenue when Nance began honking from the car behind her, according to records. He then put alongside her and started yelling before throwing a water bottle at her car. The records state the woman called 911 and followed him to a Walgreens parking lot. As the woman followed him, Nance fired shots until he lost her. Dang, so she was going to follow him? That wasn't a bright idea. If somebody is that irate, you better stand clear. Try to get his license plate number, call 911, but don't follow him. Are you crazy? So anyway, they said that, he put alongside her and started yelling, threw a water bottle out. The records state the woman called 911 and followed him to a Walgreens parking lot. As the woman followed him, Nance started shooting until he lost her. I'm sure he lost her quick after that. So 14 shell casings were recovered from the crime scene connected to the incident, and a bullet hole was found in the driver's door of the woman's car. Knock it off. Another bullet smashed through a nearby home, striking the countertop and lodging in the kitchen wall. Wow. This dude was out of control, y'all. So according to the records, which said a resident in the home never looked outside because she was so scared. Police used cell phone records and cameras to track down Nance. Police body cam video shows officers approach him, and he sat in the black Ford sedan in the driveway of one of the homes on Acres Road. Nance is seen calmly stepping out of the car and is handcuffed by officers as a woman shouts at the officers. Nance then runs towards the street as officers begin searching his car. Police tackle Nance in the snow as another woman, apparently his mother, steps out of the house and tries to order the cops off her property and demands to see the warrant, which we've seen all of that. Don't search anything on my property unless you have a warrant, the woman said, telling the officers. Nance pinned to the ground by the police. He pleads with officers to put him in a squad car. My legs are tired. He says, get me off the floor, please, which is the ground, which had snow all over it. But who cares? And I mean, all of the stuff that I'm reading, and his mother was doing all of that yelling at the cops. What? That's a problem. So minutes later, police pull a backpack from the back seat of Nance's car. The video shows inside was a loaded semi-automatic pistol and 2 cartons of ammunition. So we seen that. And then we seen how he was looking at the car because he was shocked that the police were able to pinpoint people like they could just by looking at, and I didn't know that either though. But anyway, his bail was set at $100K, and he was released a few weeks later after his girlfriend posted the required 10%. And this is the same girlfriend that is his baby mama that is now being charged for the crimes that he did, because he's not here to take the charges, and they are antsy to charge somebody. So I believe that they are going to make an example out of her. Absolutely.
The 21-year-old entered a plea of not guilty in a very, very quick hearing this morning. She is free on home confinement as this case makes its way through the court system. Kaylee Cleveland Singleton left the Will County Courthouse with a scarf over her face and someone leading her away from reporters and cameras. She didn't make any statements as she left. She is facing a charge of obstruction of justice. Prosecutors say she gave false information during their investigation and search for her boyfriend, Romeo Nance. Police say Nance had shot and killed 7 members of his family and another man before taking off for Texas. He shot and killed himself as U.S. Marshals closed in on him there. Prosecutors say Cleveland Singleton told investigators she didn't have Nance's phone number. The two do have a child together. She will be back in court on March 5th.
So the person that started this fundraiser is Cara Esther. And so it says on Sunday, January 21st, 2024, 7 members of the Esther and Nance family tragically lost their lives. Christine Nance, 38, William Esther, 35, Tamika Nance, 47, Joshua Nance, 31, Angel Nance, 14. Again, his mother, 3 sisters, brother, and aunt and uncle who lived across the street. So they were loved throughout our hometown of Joliet and beyond. To see one family member was to see all family members, as we always show up and show out for one another. Well, he showed out way too much. So whether it was a graduation or a sports tournament, we were cheering each other on. To lose 7 beautiful souls at once is devastating. That is an understatement. Outpour of support from the family, friends, and the community have led to the creation of this GoFund. The funds will be collected and distributed by Cara Esther on the behalf of the Esther and Nance family. These funds will be used to ease the financial burden during the difficult times, as well as support the family through future unexpected expenses resulting in this tragedy. Wow. Episode of Whatever Happened With. And here I will be covering updates on cases that I've already covered. And we just want to see what's going on with the case now, what are the newest updates, and what's been going on. So thank you. Please have a seat. Enjoy the show. If you are not subscribed to the channel, please make sure you do. Smash that thumbs up, and please share out the podcast. Today, I am going to be going over the case of Leandra Johnson. This case happened in November of 2021. Jada Mills is the sister of B Love's Life, who's best known for mukbang videos on YouTube. I was able to run across a document, and in this document is the Court of Appeals. And so I'm going to go over this document. It says State of Iowa versus Leandra Johnson. And I just want to see what's going on, because when I did my first video, November 15th of 2021, there was a lot of details that I did not know. And a lot of information is limited coming from the news, and I didn't even have an affidavit or anything at that time. But what I've been noticing is a lot of people are watching that video. So I wanted to do an update because of that. And thank you guys so much for tuning in and watching that video, which prompted me, to find out, hey, what's going on? Is there some new information out? And so this document is coming out of Fine Law. I'm sorry. So I am looking at the state of Iowa versus Leandra Johnson 2023. Decided October 25th, 2023. Leandra Johnson appeals her conviction and sentence on one count of assault causing injury. Her conviction stemmed from events that occurred one night in November 2020 when Johnson unalived Jada Young Mills. On the night, Johnson accompanied her boyfriend to his mother's house and waited in the parked vehicle in front of the house while her boyfriend went inside. While she waited, 3 women Johnson knew came by and got into her vehicle to talk with her. Although their conversation was friendly at first, Mills and Johnson started to argue and yell. Johnson ordered Mills out of the vehicle before pushing her out. Johnson exited the vehicle and the two began punching and wrestling each other. Others intervened and separated the women, with Johnson returning to the passenger seat of the vehicle. But while her boyfriend stood by the passenger door between her and Mills, Johnson opened the door and fired her 9mm handgun. The bullet struck Mills in the back, and Mills later died. The state charged Johnson with first-degree murder. Eyewitnesses to the shooting and the events just before it testified at the trial. The state claimed that the fight between Johnson and Mills was over when Johnson fired the gun, while Johnson claimed she fired in self-defense. Ultimately, the jury acquitted Johnson of first-degree murder, but found her guilty of a lesser included offense of assault causing a serious injury. The district court sentenced Johnson to 5 years in prison and ordered her to pay $150,000 in restitution to Mills' heirs or her estate. So the jury's instructions on appeal, Johnson first challenges the jury's instructions. They reviewed the jury instructions for correction of legal error. In doing so, we view the jury instructions as a whole and determine whether they correctly state the law and are supported by substantial evidence. A jury instruction is improper if it is unrelated to the factual issues to be decided by the jury. Evidence is substantial enough to support the requested instructions when a reasonable mind would accept it as adequate to reach a conclusion. So Johnson contends that insufficient evidence supports 2 of the instructions addressing her justification defense. She challenges instruction number 55, which informed the juror of 3 situations in which the defendant use of force would not be justified. Johnson objects to the portion of the instruction number 55 that states her use of force was not justified if she was engaged in the illegal activity of assault. In the place where she used force, she made no effort to retreat, and retreat was a reasonable alternative to using force. Johnson also challenges instruction number 58, which requires the jury to presume Johnson's reasonably believed the use of deadly force was necessary if the evidence showed Johnson knew or believed Mills was unlawfully entering Johnson's vehicle by force. Johnson complains about the section's half of that instruction, which states that the jury need not give the presumption if Johnson was engaged in the crime of assault when she used the deadly force. She argued that the facts do not support giving either instruction because the evidence did not show she was engaged in an assault when she shot Mills. So there is conflicting evidence about what occurred before Johnson was hit with this weapon. Although there's evidence supporting Johnson's claims that Mills was still coming after her when she fired, there's also evidence contradicting that. Eyewitnesses testified that the fight was over once Johnson was back inside of the vehicle. One of those witnesses testified that while Johnson's boyfriend tried to hold the vehicle's door shut, Johnson pushed the door open and pointed the weapon at Mills and asked, "Where is your gun at now, B?" before firing. From this evidence, one could find that Johnson's acts of pushing Mills out of the vehicle, fighting her outside of it, and displaying the gun while taunting Mills constituted either one continual assault or a series of assaults. What occurred was a question for the jury to resolve, noting the jury in function is deciding disputed factors, questions in a criminal case. So before a reasonable mind could conclude Johnson was engaged in an assault when she fired her gun, the court did not err in finding instruction number 55 and 58. We affirm Johnson's conviction. Restitution. Johnson next challenges the order requiring her to pay $150K in victim's restitution under Iowa Code Section 910.3B1, 2020. That revision requires the court to order a defendant to pay at least $150 in victim's restitution if convicted of a felony in which the act or acts committed by the offender caused the death of another. On the appeal, Johnson contends the provision violates her due process rights by allowing the court to award restitution without a jury finding she caused Mills' death. The state contends that Johnson failed to preserve error for our review. At sentencing, Johnson argued that awarding victims restitution would violate the excessive fines clause of the United States Constitution and the Iowa Constitution under the 8th Amendment to the United States Constitution and the 8th Amendment, Article 1, Section 17 of Iowa Constitution. The state contends that Johnson failed to reserve error for a review. At sentencing, Johnson argued that awarding victim restitution would violate the excessive fine clause of the United States Constitution and the Iowa Constitution under the 8th Amendment to the United States Constitution and the 8th Amendment of Article 1, Section 17 of the Iowa Constitution. In a case involving an unintentional or negligent offense, instead, Section 910.3b is limited. In a case involving an unintentional or negligent offender, instead is limited to an offender who was demonstrated a willful and wanton disregard for the rights of others in the commission of a crime. The jury did not find anything that showed that shooting Mills was an intentional act or a reckless act. The jury found that Leandra Johnson did an act which could have been an act merely to place others in fear of immediate physical contact, which would be injurious or offensive. They didn't find necessarily that she shot on purpose. Johnson makes essentially the same argument on appeals. Even so, Johnson alleges that restitution awards under Section 910.3b is an illegal sentence. Restitution is a form of punishment, and thus the rules of error preservation do not apply. After Johnson was sentenced, the Supreme Court held that jury must find the defendant caused the death of another before the court can impose restitution under Section 910.3b. Holding that imposing restitution under Section 910.3b without a jury finding that the defendant's act caused the death of another violates the Sixth Amendment to the United States Constitution. The court says that the effect of its decision should be relatively narrow because cases where the $150,000 in restitution would be assessed on a defendant who was not convicted of a homicide felony are and likely will remain relatively rare. Although the district courts and parties did not have the benefit of Davison when Johnson was tried and convicted, its holding still applies. Thus, we reverse and vacate the award of the $150,000 in victims' restitution under Section 910.3b. Finally, Johnson contends the district court abused its discretion in sentencing her to 5 years in prison. We reviewed sentencing decisions for corrections of error at law. Because the sentence is within the statutory limits, we will not reserve it without a showing that the court abused its discretion. The sentencing court abuses its discretion by exercising its discretion on grounds or for reasons clearly untenable and extent clearly unreasonable. Johnson argues the court failed to exercise its discretion by sentencing her in accordance with a personal fixed sentencing policy. She claims the court statements show it adhered to a policy of incarcerating defendants who use a gun to commit an offense that results in the death of another. She also argues the court focused on improper sentencing considerations in imposing her sentence by focusing on an unproven offense because the court stated she was convicted of killing another human being without any such finding by the jury, noting that if the court improperly considered unproven or unprosecuted conduct, remand for resentencing is required. At the sentencing hearing, the court stated, I have considered the arguments of the defense, a request for a deferred judgment. I do not believe, given the facts and circumstances of this case, history of this case, that a deferred jury is warranted. I have considered all other options, including probation. I do not believe probation is appropriate at this time either. The jury reviewed the case. The jury did not find that Ms. Johnson was justified in her behavior, and the jury returned a verdict in the felony offense resulting in the death of another individual. In some, a gun was used, in some, a gun was discharged, and in some, Ms. Johnson killed another human with the use of that gun, and it's the court's opinion, given those short, simple facts, that a prison sentence is appropriate. In pronouncing judgment and sentence, and the court was considered the factors set out in Iowa Code Section 9015, including the nature of the offense, the attending circumstances, your age, your character, and or chances for reform. Again, for the reasons already stated upon record, but in addition, the court does find the sentence to be appropriate, considered the recommendation of counsel, the nature of this offense, your age, your limited prior record, but nonetheless a record, and the sentencing goals and objective to the court. In support of her claims, Johnson also points to following statements the court made after her attorney objected to the amount of the appeal bond. As far as the appeal bond, the court has already articulated the reasons for it. With all due respect to the defense, the fact that the assertion is that the defendant's not a danger to the community in light of the fact that we are here for the very reason she killed another human being, frankly, doesn't hold water. By conviction, as we sit here now, not by allegation, but by conviction, she stands before the court convicted of killing another human being. She absolutely is a danger to the community in the court's eyes at this point. She took a firearm under whatever circumstances either the defense of the prosecution wishes to present it. The court sat through the testimony, and the jury ultimately rendered a verdict finding that she took it, she fired it, and she killed another human being. So, consequently, this is the court's appropriate finding regarding the appeal bond, and with all due respect to the defense, any objection to that is overruled. The record does not support Johnson's claim that the court acted in accordance with a fixed policy in sentencing Johnson to a 5-year prison sentence. In denying Johnson's request for a referred sentence and deciding against probation, the court focused on the nature and circumstances of her offense. In particular, the court focused on Johnson's use of a firearm, a deadly weapon, and emphasized that Johnson's act resulted in Mills' death. But there is no showing that the court focused on those facts because it was adhering to a fixed sentencing policy. Rather, the inherent danger of wielding a firearm near a group of people and the deadly result bear on the question of which sentence best protects the community. Nor does the record show the court relied on an unproven offense when sentencing Johnson. Johnson's focus on the court's statement that she stood before it convicted of killing another human being. She argues the statement is incorrect because the jury acquitted her on charges of murder, manslaughter, and attempt to commit murder. She also claims that the jury could have convicted her of assault causing injury solely based on injuries to Mills' face that she incurred during the fight. But the evidence at trial shows that Johnson was the only person who fired a gun that night, and Mills died as a result. When a challenge is made in a criminal sentence on the basis that the court improperly considered unproven criminal activity, the issue presented is simply one of the sufficiencies of the records to establish the matter relied on. There is no general prohibition against considering other criminal activities by a defendant as factors that bear on the sentence to be imposed. The sentencing court may rely on sworn testimony presented during the trial to conclude that a defendant committed other crimes, even if the jury acquitted the defendant of those charges. Sentencing judge is not required to deviate from the judge's own characterization of the nature of a crime committed based on sworn testimony, simply because the jury has characterized the offense differently. Judge and jury have separate and distinct roles in the criminal justice system, and sentencing is the sole prerogative of the judge. There is sufficient evidence showing that regardless of her intent, Johnson's actions still caused her death. Because the sentencing court properly exercised the sentencing discretion and did not rely on an improper factor in imposing sentence, we affirm Johnson's prison sentence. We affirm Johnson's conviction on the charge of assault causing injury, affirm her prison sentence, but reverse and vacate the $150K in victims restitution awarded under Iowa Code Section 910.3B. We remand for a new sentencing order consistent with this opinion. Among the evidence admitted at trial was a surveillance video taken from a house down the street. The video does not include audio because it was dark, and the video was shot from a distance. It is hard to see more than general movement by Johnson, Mills, and witnesses. She took the law into her own hands.
Payne tracked down Kenneth Herring after a car crash in 2019. What happened next is now being debated in court. Atlanta News first reporter Brittany Ford is live tonight outside the Clayton County Courthouse. And Brittany, you heard the full extent of those 911 calls here today.
Well, and they were hard to hear, invoking a lot of emotion from some of the witnesses that took the stand today. Those 911 calls and witness testimony painting a picture for the jury of what happened that day. 911 calls reveal the dramatic moments.
Are you sitting in the same number? No, but I'm catching up to him right now. Okay, no, we actually do not want you to take him. We just want you to be safe. I understand 100%.
24-year-old Hannah Payne witnessed a car wreck in May of 2019 near the Atlanta airport. That now has her standing trial for murder. Emotions were high in the courtroom Thursday as prosecutors called witnesses to the stand.
When she got out, she was immediately aggressive. I didn't understand what was going on. I thought it was like road rage at the time. It made me scared him because I kept saying to myself, I hope she don't shoot him. I heard the gunshot. He looked at me. And I looked at him, and he just had this look on his face.
Payne is accused of shooting and killing 62-year-old Kenneth Herring after a struggle that occurred when he allegedly tried to leave the scene of a crash. Payne's attorney says his client was acting in self-defense, going on to claim the gun went off during that struggle.
She has no malice.
There's been ongoing speculation that Herring may have been under the influence. The 62-year-old's family and attorney claim he was having a diabetic episode and was on the way to the hospital when the crash happened. Now, Payne's attorney says there is a possibility that she could take the stand sometime this week. The trial is set to resume back here tomorrow morning.
We'll seek to shed light on what happened the night a Clayton County man was killed.
I'm sorry, I'm here to tell you I'm not going to follow him. Because he is going to cause another accident. So I won't stay behind him until after we get to us. But until then, I'm not moving.
Lock his ass up. Lock his ass up. You're going to jail. You're going to jail.
Yeah, I actually compare her to Dana Elmore. Y'all know the cop that was so excited about arresting Micah and putting all those fake charges on him?
Oh, yeah.
That's what I'm feeling with her. For some reason, she felt entitled and totally puts me in the mind of a Karen.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
We are headed to Atlanta, Georgia, Clayton County, what happened is there was an accident. The guy's name is Kenneth Herring. The female that you're looking at, who reminds me of a Karen, her name is Hannah Payne, 25 years old. This was just in trial. The court proceedings just ended like 3 days ago, right? We're going to talk about everything that led up to this incident. Her and a semi-truck was turning. This Kenneth Herring ran a red light, okay? And he hit this tractor trailer. She was not even involved in the accident at all, but she decided to chase him down in her vehicle, block him off, and stop him. Now, mind you, there was an accident probably a couple miles away. I don't know how far they drove from the accident, but like I said, this guy, he had stopped at a point. There was another guy at the scene who identified himself as an officer. We later find out he's a corrections officer. He's on the phone with 911, and he's saying, "Did you get the tag? We need to get his tag." So then she decides she gonna jump in a vehicle and go chase the man down, allegedly for his tag. But tell me, why did she end up out of her vehicle, yelling in this man's face, telling him to get the F out the car, MF, like she's a freaking cop? The 911 operator is telling her, they asked her, "Did you get his tag?" And she's like, "Oh, I think he about to leave." So she chases him. She like, "We don't want you to chase him, man. We want you to stay safe." This woman takes the law into her own hands and take this man's life. County, Atlanta, Georgia. So what she was charged with: count 1, malicious unaliving; count 2, felony unaliving; count 3, aggravated assault; count 4, felony unaliving; count 5, false imprisonment; count 6, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony; count 7, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony; count 8, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony. Nobody tell the story like these videos that I'm about to play. We're going to get into it. I want to know what y'all think about what y'all seeing. Let me pull up a few pictures. So I'm going to show y'all the position of the vehicles. Now, mind you, his family says that he was on his way to the hospital. He was having a diet, causes him to be disoriented and all of this kind of stuff. The initial guy that spoke with him could tell that something was off with him. This female accuses the man of being drunk. Now, per toxicology reports, he wasn't drunk. He didn't have no alcohol, no drugs in his system. Also, they couldn't tell if he was having a diabetic coma or not. So that they couldn't tell that. Now, let's say this is what she says. She's telling the 911 operator that he pulled the trigger. I'm talking about, when I tell y'all, she was on the phone with 911 when this happened. And she sat up there and made up a lie so dang on quick, it'll make your head spin. And then she want to go to court and cry like it's going to change something. No, you going to man up today. You going to man up today. Because when I tell y'all, she didn't give a damn. And it was clear.
Lock his ass up. Lock his ass up. You going to jail. You going to jail. Lock his ass up. Lock his ass up. You going.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. She definitely going. Okay. This was her when the first cop arrived on the scene. He said, who got him? You know what I'm saying? She like, "I did." And hand him her weapon. You see she's on the phone. You can see her face. She did not give a damn that she had just took a life. She only cared because she's in trouble. She was so entitled, y'all. She was so entitled that she didn't think she did anything wrong. She was in the interrogation room biting her nails and putting them in her pocket. She even picked up the shell casing off the ground. Who does that? They said it was another shell casing that didn't even come all the way out, but the bullet inside of it, I guess it did. Girl, men, look, I'm acting like I'm just talking to one person. What in the fuckity kind of shit is this? Wow.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
This is another one of those, y'all. Okay, here we go. Let me play this video.
Were on top of the gun, twisted it back towards her, and the gun went off. She immediately picked up the phone and said, "Oh my God, he just shot himself with my pistol."
Yeah, he just pulled the trigger of my gun in my hand. What's the tag number?
Ready to call up front end. Trying to intercede since the subject left the scene.
She cut in front of his vehicle, forcing him to stop.
An altercation then ensued between the two of them, and during the altercation, Mr. Herring was shot and killed.
She's using deadly force, Judge. She wasn't faced with deadly force. He has nothing. And then she said,
We'll seek to shed light on what happened the night a Clayton County man was killed.
I'm sorry, I'm here to tell you I'm not going to follow him. Because he is going to cause another accident. So I won't stay behind him until officers get to us. But until then, I'm not moving.
Investigators say Hannah Payne tracked down Kenneth Herring after a car crash in 2019. What happened next is now being debated in court. Atlanta News first reporter Brittany Ford is live tonight outside the Clayton County Courthouse. And Brittany, you heard the full extent of those 911 calls here today.
Well, and they were hard to hear, invoking a lot of emotion from some of the witnesses that took the stand today. Those 911 calls and witness testimony painting a picture for the jury of what happened that day. 911 calls reveal the dramatic moments.
No, but I'm catching up to him right now. Okay, don't we actually do not want you to chase him. We just want you to be safe. I understand 100%.
24-year-old Hannah Payne witnessed a car wreck in May of 2019 near the Atlanta airport. That now has her standing trial for murder. Emotions were high in the courtroom Thursday as prosecutors called witnesses to the stand.
When she got out, she was immediately aggressive. I didn't understand what was going on. I thought it was like road rage at the time. It made me scared him because I kept saying to myself, I hope she knows she's going to hurt the gun. He looked at me. And I looked at him, and he just had this look on his face.
Payne is accused of killing 62-year-old Kenneth Herring after a struggle that occurred when he allegedly tried to leave the scene of a crash. Payne's attorney says his client was acting in self-defense, going on to claim the gun went off during that struggle.
She has no malice.
There's been ongoing speculation that Herring may have been under the influence. The 62-year-old's family and attorney claim he was having a diabetic episode and was on the way to the hospital when the crash happened. Now, Payne's attorney says there is a possibility that she could take the stand sometime this week. The trial is set to resume back here tomorrow morning.
Yeah, she actually did take the stand, and she lied up there on the stand, talking about both of their fingers was inside of the trigger thing. First of all, ma'am, how did you come from your car talking to 911 on the phone to his door, talking about get the F out, MFer, get the F out? Who are you? And that's what he wanted to know. You ain't in no uniform. You ain't identified yourself to be a law enforcement. So who the hell are you to chase me down and say any dang on thing? And the story that she gives is just freaking ridiculous. Oh, he was grabbing on her and he put her into the car and his hand got on top of her hand and then his finger is in there with his finger. But she says she never put her finger on it. Well, when they did the swabs for DNA, they said that her DNA was on there with a high number with 24 zeros behind it. More people than we have in the world. That's how dominant her hand was on the weapon. They said they seen another male, they said hers was the female. That was very dominant. 24 zeros behind the number. There was a male DNA, two male DNAs on it, but it was blended. They couldn't tell, and it was so little that they couldn't make it out. So she lied, and they proved it. But then, of course, they try to say, her lawyer tried to say that they didn't prove, they didn't prove that his hand wasn't on the weapon or whatever. Well, if they can put 24 zeros behind the positivity that it was her hand dominating it, I'm going to go with it was her hand. She should have never put a weapon. This man didn't have a weapon. Okay, so they charged her with false imprisonment. You see how her tire is? So when she was on 911, she was talking and chasing him. to get him to stop. She pulled in front of him and she turned her wheel to get in front of him. And when she was on 911, she talking about, he hit my car. Ma'am, come on now. Come on. And this was her demeanor right after it. And she had on a different shirt. She changed her shirt. When she described him, she said her lip was busted and her eye was black. Girl, get out of here. I didn't see nothing. And then even one of the detectives in the interrogation room asked her, did those come from your sweatshirt when you took them off? That's how light it was, okay? Get the hell out of here, Karen. And then the other thing, when the cop got on the scene, now we already know, this is her. She's in the middle of traffic. She's, just in the middle, just standing there. I'm thinking somewhere maybe near her car, not far from the scene. She hands him his weapon and say that I was the one that took this guy out. She ain't getting no handcuffs. Not right then and there. She should have been detained immediately. Okay? But she wasn't. I wonder why. Oh, yeah. Okay. Let me play another video.
Unfortunately, hit a vehicle, and I'm looking at the guy out, pretty good, he's moving and everything. But we had a truck that had an incident with a vehicle. Farmhouse and Ford Parkway.
What kind of truck is it?
It's a semi-tractor trailer, and it's a pickup truck.
A red Dakota?
Yeah, red Dakota.
Okay, does it say that you want her to work?
But you need assistance, you need ambulance? Sir, it's okay. You need ambulance? He's not very good. So you okay? No.
Is he saying that he needs assistance? He needs an ambulance or no?
All right. So you need assistance? You need ambulance for that? Well, I mean, you witnessed it, well, are you okay?
We have to leave him around for this.
Yes, I'm aware. I'm going to say the officer. I work for GDC. So, yeah, that's 540.
Is any area?
She was there. Nah, she was. You know, when I talked to the gentleman who's at the secretary with her, and he was the car toward the end. You know, they know what happened. He fell asleep. But you need to be looking at that. I'm sorry, because you're smoking. Sir, this spot right there.
Are they obstructing the roadway?
I saw the car coming. Sorry, me just that. And then I think the right was green. Yes.
Okay, sir.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes, ma'am. What about that?
No, that's okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Clinton County 911, what's the location of your emergency?
Clark Howell and Forest Parkway. We had a call earlier, and it's been over like 20 minutes now. And no police or no ambulance have shown up at this location. And like I said, it's a ball, a red Dakota, and a semi-tractor truck. And none has shown up at this moment in time.
Okay, and this is a call. We already have someone on the way.
The reason why I'm asking that because the driver who caused the accident, I think he's impaired. Something's going on with him. And so the thing about we're trying to tell him to turn his vehicle off from the smoke, and he's not following the man. So that's why I'm asking to see what if he's moving his vehicle. He's trying to drive off now. He's driving off. Take a picture of the driver light. Take a picture quick. He's driving off.
Where's he going towards?
Yeah, he's heading for Riverdale Road. Upper Riverdale Road. That's what he said.
What kind of vehicle is it? Is that the red Dakota?
Get out the road, sir. Get out the road. Hurry up.
What's the tag number?
Red Dakota, front end damage to the red Dakota. Did you get a picture of the driver license? Tag. Oh man, let's get out the road. He's headed for Riverdale Road, heading for 285 area. Riverdale Road. He's heading heading west on Forest Parkway toward the area.
Give me
Okay, good. Go. Now the other driver who was in, and she's going to take a picture of the vehicle. Yeah, he's fled. He's an African American. Two vehicles. His vehicle and the truck. The truck is still here. The driver of the truck is still here. And so step on the road. Just step on the road, please. So he's in a red Dakota. It's a 96 model, you can say 97 model. He's an older black gentleman, gray hair, blue shirt on, and front end damage. Heavily front end damage in front. Heavily front end. I knew he was going to do something. If I was in uniform, I would have couldn't see you, but I did. So,
Okay. Tell you what.
He's heading toward that area. If we get police alert that way, I knew traffic. I knew there's an incident up that way. Hopefully, there's another officer on that field. I knew it was RHA 5933. There it was. RHA 5933. RHA 5933.
I got it. Robert Henry Adams 5933.
Yes. It's okay. She got it. It's all there. Yeah. Hopefully the lady in the Jeep was almost in the residence, so she turned around and she went after him. So she's gonna take a picture of his vehicle and stuff. Can't even believe I knew he was something wrong with the guy. I knew it. Oh, you're not gonna get far. The truck gonna overheat. The truck is gonna overheat. Okay, ma'am, you have my number. If anything, y'all can get me back. But I'm here with the driver of the truck, the semi truck, and everything. So my number, you have it.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right.
The state will now republish the defendant's 911 calls, which were states visited for.
Clayton County 911. What is the location of your emergency? Yes, ma'am. I'm actually on Forest Parkway and Clark Howell Highway. And there was just an accident. I'm sure they've already called, but I just witnessed it, and I just wanted to make sure that I guess called the police as well in case they didn't.
All right. Were they what were the kind of vehicles involved?
It's a red Dodge pickup truck. I think it's a Dakota, and a semi was involved. And the red Dakota ran the red light and slammed into the side of the semi.
It doesn't look like we received any reports on it yet. I'll go ahead and put in a call here.
Okay.
Red Dakota, and were they on Forest Parkway or on Clark Howell?
The semi and I were turning left onto Forest Parkway, and the Dakota was going west on Forest Parkway.
Okay. And what's your name?
My name is Hannah. H-A-N-N-A-H. Last name is Payne. P-A-Y-N-E.
And what's your callback number?
470-512-1847.
We appreciate you calling this in. We'll get someone out there and try to assist them.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Now, what was the location of your emergency? Yes, ma'am. I'm on Clark Howell and Forest Parkway, the intersection. I actually called about 20 minutes ago for an accident, and no one has shown up yet. But I am under the impression that the guy that caused the accident, who ran the red light, is drunk, and he's gotten back in his car, and he's looking like he's trying to drive away. Okay, can you get his tag number? Hold on, he's driving away. It's a red Dodge Dakota. Mm-hmm. 1 second, hold on. Okay, so he is going west, down Clark, down Forest Parkway. Okay, so you couldn't get the tag number? No, but I'm catching up to him right now. Okay, ma'am, we actually do not want you to chase him. We just want you to be safe. I understand. I understand 100%. I'm just going to get the tag number, if nothing else. But I am going west down Forest Parkway. And we are almost up to him. I mean, his radiator is busted and everything. I honestly have no idea how he's driving the truck. The way that it is. Okay. It is a Georgia tag. License plate is RHA as in apple 4859.
He's flirting. He's flirting. Okay, so y'all heard him when he said, "Okay, go, go, go." Go or whatever. He's talking to her, but she was already about it. She was already in her car, so she ran off to get the tag. And we gonna hear in these 911 calls the tag. They already had the dang on tag. The 911 operator shouldn't have told her to get the tag either. Well, she asked her, did she get the tag, and she was like, "I'm gonna get it now," or something. But so yeah, but don't they think that somebody would have took that tag after he driving? So his radiator was busted. I'm talking about the front end of his car was jacked up. It was so bad that they was like not even knowing how this guy was able to continue to drive. That is his vehicle behind hers, obviously. And as you can see, she wasn't involved in the car accident at all. Mind your business, Karen. You know what I'm saying? She didn't have nothing to do with it. She just had a weapon and she felt about it. If she didn't have that weapon on her, she would have never did this. I know she wouldn't. Now, she says she got the weapon. She hadn't had it that long. She got it because of her job. She would show people properties in different areas and dealing with a lot of different people. So she got it for her safety. And she had a holster that was inside of her pants, so it's not visible to other people. But she just wanted to use the weapon. That's my opinion. I guarantee you she wouldn't have chased that man down if she did not have it. You know she wouldn't have. But for whatever reason, I guess in her mind, she was totally right. She didn't feel like she did nothing wrong. And like she's thinking she got the side, the 911 operator is on the phone. This other guy is an officer, which she basically trying to say that, first of all, use your common sense. If he was a cop, he would have been the one to get in the car and chase the guy down. You know what I'm saying? A cop wouldn't tell a civilian to go get nothing from a freaking criminal. Alleged criminal case is absolutely insane. And so y'all seen that the guy, I don't know why the guy fled. I don't know what he was thinking. I don't know if he really was having a diabetic shocker or whatever they call it. I don't know if he really was on his way to the emergency room and all that. I just know this man didn't have a weapon. He got into an accident and he decided to flee. That is not a death sentence, but for Hannah, it was. And she gave it to him and had no remorse in doing it. Like I said, she was chilling in the interrogation room, biting off her fingernails. Like, why would she even do that? Like, they hadn't done any checking of her hands. They hadn't collected any swabs or nothing. And she in there biting off fingernails. She on the scene picking up casings. Like, what? Don't they mark that kind of stuff? So, yeah. So anyway, notice how she put the narrative on the guy that he was drunk. Like she's a professional. She wasn't close enough to smell his breath. Well, maybe she went after this call. Like she wasn't close to him to be able to say that he was drunk. That 911 call, if you notice that when the guy called, he said it had been 20 minutes. She said it had been 20 minutes. When she called back, it took them a minute to get to the scene. It took a very long time to get to the scene. I know she was like, this could have all been prevented. Yeah, if you wouldn't have brought a gun, you know what I'm saying? She the one that introduced the gun. It did not have to be at all. And then the lie she tell behind it is just like insane.
Georgia tag license plate is RHA as in apple 4859.
Right now, I'm going to play a little bit of her clip. A little bit of her while she's on the stand. That's another thing that she was saying, that he grabbed on her shirt. He ripped her shirt. He scratched her on her neck, bust her lip, her eye. And man, nothing. I seen nothing of the sort. Not nothing serious. She claimed that he dragged her into the car. Witnesses said they never seen his hand come out the car or anything. She claimed this man said, "I got something for you," and all of this stuff. Yeah, calling her names and all this. I don't believe nothing she said. But what he's doing is opening the evidence bag that has the weapon in it, and she's about to explain. By the way, the shirt that she has on at the scene is not the shirt she had on. She changed into this sweatshirt. So she did a lot of stuff wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like changing her shirt, biting off her nails and picking up the shell casing on the scene. Like, who does that? The cop arrived, never put her in handcuffs, nothing. Just, she chilling.
Is that what caused the bruising or the...
It is.
Okay. And you said he's trying to push it this way and...
Hold on again.
Yes.
Okay, where were those?
I had marks on the back of my neck and kind of scratches along my arms, bruisings on my wrist, and scratches along my chest.
Okay. Anything in the facial area?
Yes. I had a kind of a black eye, but a bruised eye and a busted upper lip.
Did y'all hear her? She said she had a black eye and a bruised, busted upper lip. Now, I actually did some screenshots. Let me see if I put it on this phone. Because I gotta let y'all see this. It's so ridiculous, okay? The lies that she just told there is just absolutely insane. Man, what? Like, she exaggerated. She made that up, all of it. And she was all up on this man's car. She was not in fear for her life or nothing of the sort. Because they had pointed out some dirt that was on her pants from his vehicle. But yeah, I'm about to throw this. I see nothing. I mean, it look a little red. But yeah. They measuring it like it's really something. Y'all let me know what y'all see. And then the busted lip. She said busted lip and then she tried to change it fast, right? But you already said it. You're lying. You exaggerated. It looked like she got a blistered lip. Not busted, though. Definitely looked like a wart or something on her top of her lip. Some type of discoloration. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, see, I even got a picture of her picking up the shell casing on the scene. It was people out there recording that actually heard it and actually seen some of it on their recording. Okay, so again, this is her at the scene handing over her weapon. She was never handcuffed or anything on the scene. This is her right at his vehicle after she popped him, picking up the shell casing. Y'all, this is what she originally had on the scene. She's holding it together because it was open, right? So, I mean, honestly, if you was in a car accident and somebody running over to you, screaming in your face, talking about get the F out the car, MF, and got a weapon in their hand, I mean, you might try to do something too to stop them or grab their hand to try to stop them from hitting you with it. She claimed that he was turning it towards her and all of this. Her wrist was swollen and all this was going on. And this is the busted lip she talking about. Do y'all, it looked like a warted lip maybe, but not busted. What do y'all think? Do y'all see any blood, any busted, any swelling? It looked more, you know what I'm saying? Come on, Playgirl. A mad exaggeration. And then this is the black eye. Do anybody see a black eye here? I mean, I'm just confused. If that man would have hit her, you would have seen every line in his finger, his fist on her damn face. So that was a lie. And they found her guilty of every last one of those charges that they had for her, okay? I don't know when she goes in for sentencing, but as they should, they found her guilty, okay? And she cried like a baby. Shoot, I'd have been crying too, but I'm just saying, this was her a lot through court, but it had nothing to do with remorse, feeling bad that you took somebody's life, because the immediate face was not looking like that. She was fine. She was on the phone. She was talking. She felt like she did the right thing. She did not give a damn. Let's hear a little bit more. Just a little bit more.
And other, I guess, like sore spots, like her bruising and redness around the edges of my face.
And all of this occurred while he was dragging you forward towards your vehicle?
Correct.
He was dragging her forward towards her vehicle. Let me put her lying face back up here. Hold on. This busted face we talking about.
And you said he was making a statement to you of I've got something for you, bitch. Was there any other statements made that you can remember this time?
No, he just kept telling me that kind of over and over again, and that I was nobody.
Now,
so he's saying all that, you ain't nobody, and I got something for you, and all this. That it happened so fast, y'all. I don't even believe a conversation happened. After she was yelling MF and all of this stuff, and I got a weapon and I will shoot, that's what she did.
What's he doing in the vehicle while this is all going on?
Before he punched the gas is when he was kind of turning his body, and he was reaching behind him.
Did you see what he was reaching for?
No, I did not.
Did you see any of the contents of the inside of his vehicle?
No. Okay. I could see that there were things everywhere, but other than that,
he was hit in the abdomen. It hit his small intestines, large intestines, and his liver.
Did you experience anything like that prior to this incident?
No.
Okay. And then what happened then?
Well, after the reaching is when he mashed the gas. And when he mashed the gas, I, like I said, have no understanding of how far we went, how much farther we can go. At that point, I didn't know that we had stopped because we hit my vehicle. And that's when I drew my weapon.
Right, now you said mashing the gas. What did that sound like?
You could hear the truck just revving and hissing from like the liquids spewing, and it was loud. That pulling it out, he would let me go, and I'd pull away from the vehicle, and that would be it.
Did you ever stop trying to pull away from the vehicle?
No.
And explain to me how you pulled your gun out at that time.
It was in my holster on my right hip, and he had a hold of me, and I pulled it out and immediately started trying to just continue to push against the door with it, like pushing away from him.
And as you're pushing away from the door, what happens then?
He grabbed my hand with the gun in it.
Which arm did you pull, or which hand did you pull the gun with?
It was my right hand.
Okay. And you said he grabbed your wrist. Which wrist?
He grabbed my right wrist.
And how did he have that wrist?
Well, with one of his hands, he actually grabbed my wrist to pull it towards him.
Could you tell which hand or arm he had grabbed your wrist with?
It was his left, because he had a hold of me. He had released me with this hand from my neck to grab me with this hand.
Okay. And the gun that was outside the door that you're pushing away from, he got a hold of that, correct?
Correct.
And what happened then?
After he originally grabbed it and was kind of pulling at it back and forth is when he put his other hand on top, and he started trying to actually yank it away from me. And then he started to try to turn it, to pry it almost, like he was trying to pry it out of my hands so that he could take it away. And
which angle was he trying to pry it out of your hand?
Like away from me, so it was this way.
Okay. And that obviously is not the way your wrist is supposed to move, correct?
Correct.
Is that what caused the bruising or the?
It is.
Okay. And you said he's trying to push it this way and pry it out of your hand?
To me, it's what it felt like he was trying to pry it out of my hand.
And you said another hand came over and grabbed it?
Yes.
Okay.
From the top.
And I'm gonna let this play, because this is part of the part that they said that they did not prove, but I feel like they did if they said it. Her hand was dominant on the gun and it was 24 zeros behind it, and that's more a number with 24 zeros behind it. That's more people. A number with 24 zeros behind it. That's more people than we got in the dang on world. So yeah, that would be her. Only DNA that was on that weapon.
How did he have your wrist? Like this?
This hand was here, yes.
Okay. And then the gun was pulling you forward.
Yes.
And you said he had you here or on this?
He was closer.
Okay. So, and he had your shoulder with his hand, or what was his hand?
That he let go.
Okay.
Once he got a hold of this person.
So he came.
And he grabbed the gun.
All right, grabbing it like this.
Correct.
Okay. And where was your finger?
The same way that I have it now.
And when he grabbed like this, that shows his fingers are right there over the trigger.
Correct.
Is that correct?
I mean, yes.
So it's possible any of the 4 digits got into that trigger.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, whatever. She lied. Okay, so now I'm gonna go to the part on the scene. This is when the cop arrived on scene. Chaos. And y'all see how the cop didn't even think about handcuffing her. He just grabbed it and kept on going. Nothing. Wasn't that odd? I thought so.
The Montgomery brawl. Well, David Perkins, he has since been charged.
Robin's ABC News exclusive about the violent brawl in the Alabama dock last month. It was all caught on camera. And Rob, you spoke with the deckhand who was at the center right there and some of his coworkers.
And yeah, because so many saw and remember the video capturing that group of boaters attacking an Alabama ferry boat crewman, Damian Pickett, which led to chaos on the riverfront dock. Well, this morning, for the first time, Damian and 2 coworkers who came to his defense telling their...
I didn't expect this to happen at work today. I was expecting another peaceful, nice cruise.
This morning, the men at the center of that violent and viral Alabama boat dock brawl speaking for the first time.
Oh, my God! I was in a shock, just straight shock.
The lead deckhand, Damian Pickett, seen here in his white uniform.
So the man in the white hat, right? He is the one that said he was attacked. He's the victim. That's what they're talking about. Now, we all watched that man hit him first.
So the guy in front of him is the one that hit him first? Because I didn't never pay attention to this. I knew it was going on, but I didn't ever get into the investigating this at all.
He hit him first, and then Damian threw up the hat, and they started fighting. But he's saying that he's the victim, and Damian attacked him first.
How is he the victim?
We talked about this on my channel. I played the whole thing on my live. That they attacked him. That man hit him first. You're gonna see him hit him first right here.
Seen here in his white uniform, telling us how the altercation last month in Montgomery.
See, he ran up and hit him.
Okay, so what was him and the first guy doing though? He was
directing them. He was directing them.
Oh, so he worked there.
Yeah, he's the co-captain.
Okay.
Yes, he worked there. He's an employee.
Okay, so I'm not really understanding. Like the guy that just came from out of nowhere and hit him didn't have nothing to do with anything. So that would be called assault. You don't get to come in and break up a fight or whatever he was saying. I don't know why he was in the other guy.
Him talking. He was talking to the man, telling him where to dock at, where they got to. Okay, you got to move your boat. We got to come in. You know. Well,
he looked like he was right in his face. Now remember, I have not seen this stuff.
Seen here in his white.
He's talking
right here.
Yes.
Okay, so this guy was like, see how he real close. You can tell it's I'm not saying it's his fault, but he's aggressive. It's like he's aggressive the way he's bending down and right in his face. So I'm like trying to see what.
Because they didn't want to move. The boat was docked. The boat was docking and it was coming in. He was telling them to move. Y'all have to move y'all boat. They refused to move their boat. The man in the pink shorts and gray top that he's talking to, he refused to move the boat. So he's telling them, y'all got to move. Y'all can't be there. The boat is docking. It's coming in. Mary's coming in. I mean, not Mary. The Harriet Tubman. That's the name of the boat.
Yeah.
Coming in. Yeah, Harriet Tubman is coming in. Y'all got to move the boat. And they didn't want to move. He didn't want to move. He was like, no, we're not moving. But this man in the black, that's Damian Perkins. He works there. That's his job. That's what he's supposed to be doing. He got to be supposed to be, y'all got, okay, y'all go out. We coming in, so there's no crashes, no accidents. And
I don't know what's the justification of charging him.
They didn't want to move. And so now you'll see this man come with the white hat, just run right up, punch him in the face, and then up above you see some black people that seen this going, because when he hit him and they start fighting, it's gonna be like 5. I'm gonna use Tracy words, clear people running down on him, jumping him, and that's what caused the brawl. It was like, oh hell no! And you see, the black people running down to go help him, and that young man jumped in that water and just swam all the way over there to help because they was jumping him. Covered him on him.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Uniform, telling us how the altercation last month in Montgomery first began. So you're on the boat, you're trying to dock. Just tell us what was going on.
It was just a lot of people that was in the way of us docking, and the boats just wouldn't move. We could have docked, but we would end up hitting a couple of those boats and be responsible.
See, this illegally parked boat blocking the city's riverboat from docking.
Those guys who parked there were told not to leave it there, and they left it there.
Crew members making several attempts to ask the owner to move.
Everybody's yelling.
Okay, I seen more that time.
They said that they always give them a hard time. The clear people, they always give them a hard time. They never wanted, they come there all the time causing chaos, but it never got to this extent.
Man, I will sue every damn body. I mean, seriously, this is crazy.
So they waited 3 months later to charge him.
This is crazy. How can they even justify it? I'm not understanding what they're charging him with.
They said he incited a brawl.
How? By doing his job.
By doing
if they look, man, this sounds ridiculous.
That's why I said any kind of way to make them a victim and make make us look like the animals that who don't know how to act. When this man, they leaving out the fact that this man worked there and he was just doing his job. They don't work there.
I really want to know, is that what I want to see the charges. Like I want to see what I want to hear what he got to say. I want to hear what's really going on.
4 steps to the right. That's it. Words was changed, and I was like, I'm just doing my job. After we dock, we don't mind y'all staying there, but not at this time while we're trying to dock.
What exactly were they saying to you at this time?
Just some nasty words, cuss words. I don't like violence. And alcohol involved. They got beers in their hands while they're on the dock. I would try my best to ignore them.
What's going through your mind at that time?
The people of the boat, their safety. Getting them in, getting everybody off, and getting them home. Plus, I'm thinking about his boat also. Because if our boat hits his boat, it's going to sink.
A shirtless man confronts him.
One guy, he's been there before. He knows the rules and regulations. That's why he was asking me, where's the sign?
Another man quickly becoming aggressive.
So when he touched me, I'm like, it's on.
In just seconds, several people outnumbering Damian. One woman
And he got jumped. Come on, man.
rushing to help protect the crew member, two of Damien's co-workers, including longtime friend Ra.
Me walking up to the guys and asking them, well, why did you all jump on him like that? And he referring to me, well, who do you think you are? You know, and a lot of racial slurs were going on.
And diving into the scene, 16-year-old Aaron. What was it that you saw that made you get in that water? Have you ever swam that fast before?
No.
I wanted to pause right there on the kid, because when I talked about this when it was going viral, this kid, Miss V, so many people, they found out who he was, and so many people was sending him cash apps, blowing his cash app up.
Good.
But
Yep.
he didn't want it. He went live and asked them to stop. He said he only did that because that's how he was raised. He was raised by a single mother, and he didn't do it for any money, any clout, or anything like that. He saw a man needing some help, and he went to help him. That's why. It was just his instinct, his reaction to help.
He's a good guy.
Yes.
I would have never said stop.
Yeah, no,
like,
he went viral.
let people be kind. Like, don't block your own blessings.
That's what Corey Holcomb had said to him too.
That's crazy to me.
He didn't want no money. He was like, he turned off his cash app because he was like, this is not why I did it. Please stop.
That's crazy to me.
When they first started hitting on him, no one helped. I couldn't just watch and sit around and just let him get beat on while everybody else is just recording.
In over a decade of Damien working as a crew member, he says he never imagined a day ending like this. How are you physically right now?
Just a little sore, a little bumps and bruises here and there, but I'm here by the grace of God.
4 of the boaters involved now facing misdemeanor assault charges. When asked about the incident, the defendants telling ABC News they had no comment.
I was still trying to get that boat in while the fight was still going on. I'm still telling the captain, we got to get these folks here safely to the dock. When that ferry finally docked, some passengers joining in on the fight. A man seen swinging a chair.
And I help people. He could have got injured or worse. You don't know what could have happened that day.
And according to our affiliate there in Montgomery, Alabama, all five people charged in the brawl have pleaded not guilty, and they've all been released on bond. And Damien's been a crew member for 11 years.
Okay, my thoughts on that is that I think that this is all going to be, because this is freaking ridiculous. There's no way with what I just saw and my first time watching it, because I wasn't paying attention to this before. I seen it, but never investigated it. And I just believe that hopefully that this man sue everybody and get paid and never have to work a day in his life, because he should not be going through this. And it's very upsetting. I'm just say that.
Wait, when I went live that day talking about this, Miss V, you was in the live?
I popped in and popped right back out, because remember we had a conversation about that. Like I popped in and I was in and out because I just said hi and I left. So I didn't. Okay. Yeah. No, it's crazy because they charged the wrong person. That chair thing went viral. That's crazy.
It did. Yes, it was. Look, they had so many memes saying, put the firearms down and pick up the white chairs. Pick up the chair.
Man, that was ridiculous. I mean, I wonder if he still did he get fired or quit? Because I would not have went back. Ain't no way in hell I would work for those people. Honestly, if they know that that's an issue, they should have did. The job should be liable for even allowing people in the water when it's docking. He should have never even been put in that situation. And I heard him say that they do that. And he told them y'all can move and come get back, but we just need to dock. I mean, was that not reasonable? Come on.
They only needed them to move 4 steps. Just 4 steps.
Come on. I have to look. I don't understand why the man is being charged, though. I don't.
Why he's being charged either, but that's the update on that.
Quite annoying.
Yeah.
Trying to understand the details of the charges. None of these people receive real time for this. So 2 people involved in the Alabama riverfront brawl that caught national headlines over the summer were sentenced, with one receiving jail time and the other ordered to go to anger management classes. Richard Roberts pleaded guilty to misdemeanor assault for his part in the August brawl on the Montgomery River dock. He was sentenced to 32 days, which he will serve on the weekend over the course of 4 months. Wow. Roberts will also have to perform 100 hours of community service and pay court costs. I didn't even know they had the option to do jail time like that. Very interesting. So another defendant, Mary Todd, 21, pleaded guilty to harassment as part of the prearranged plea agreement. She was sentenced to anger management classes and has 90 days to complete classes and must pay court costs associated with her case. The other 2 defendants, Alan Todd and Zachary Shipman, Alan Todd is 24, and Zachary Shipman, 26, had their cases continued. Todd and Shipman were each charged with 1 count of third-degree assault in the August 5th brawl in Montgomery. Roberts was charged with 2 counts of third-degree assault, and after the court accepted their guilty plea, Roberts apologized to the victim Damian Pickett and Daniel Moore. Zachary Shipman alleges in new charges complaints that he was not trying to fight Pickett, but he was defending himself and suffered a bruised cheekbone after Pickett allegedly punched him in the face. Zachary Shipman actually attacked him by hitting and kicking. Again, Shipman was previously charged with assaulting Pickett and is scheduled for trial later this month. He has pleaded not guilty, and Pickett has not yet entered a plea. It is noted that the city nor the Montgomery Police Department filed these charges. The Montgomery Police Department investigation only listed Mr. Pickett as a victim. The city and the police department wrote in a joint statement. WSFA confirmed that Pickett is not arrested or booked into any jail, but was served a summons on October 26 to appear to court on November 21st. 2 out of the 5 and now 6 individuals charged with crimes related to the brawl pleaded guilty and have received their sentences. The other 3, including Shipman, pleaded not guilty and had their cases continued.
And I'm going to talk like this because it's 12 o'clock at night. And I apologize, but y'all got me fucked up. Y'all got me fucked all the way to fuck up. Nah, I've been being quiet because we're going to handle this shit, and we're going to handle this shit legally. We're going to handle this shit legally because I got it legally. But as a person, as a boss, y'all got me fucked up.
2 minutes later.
Jacksonville. Janae White is the CEO of 8 businesses and owns 50 Airbnbs. We do need to change the graphic at the bottom of the screen. That's incorrect. She's facing serious allegations of fraud for what some call bad business practices.
Jasmine Monroe has been on your side learning why 2 friends are battling it out in court.
These allegations are simply not true. I have so many positive stories.
She's delusional. It's too much of a paper trail to deny it at this point.
2 sides, once friends, now foes. Rayvon Griffin describes her experience with well-known entrepreneur Janae White as a total disappointment after she said she was scammed for more than $10,000 from White's bad business practices.
It's too many records. It's too many text messages. It's too many emails. It's too many signed contracts.
Griffin, a silent partner, says she, along with several investors, were led to believe they received properties for renovation and sale, only to find promises unfulfilled.
And she's very good at avoiding questions and avoiding the truth. And that's when I realized I had to take a step back.
But White says that she never scammed her clients. This is just the ugly side of business investment.
Unfortunately, this is a horrible side of business. I have lost millions of dollars doing these ventures, bringing people with me. I have hundreds of thousands of dollars in chargebacks from people who stole from my company after they received profits.
A Facebook group with over 9.4 thousand clients was created to garner awareness in the alleged scam. But Janae says some of the things people are saying is simply not true.
I hate those allegations. I hate that people are referencing that with my name. I absolutely had 52 Airbnbs, and that is what people were investing in my company.
Jacksonville attorney Chris Dempsey is now representing these investors. He tells us Griffin's case may just be the tip of the iceberg and well over $200,000 scam.
It's growing by the day. It's growing in magnitude, and it's egregious and disturbing to me, and really sad that this has happened in our community by somebody who is not unknown.
Griffin says she was fortunate that she was financially stable to bounce back, but some people lost it all.
People who have lost tens of thousands of dollars. Like, this is no small amount of money.
As for White,
I do not want a few complaints or a few allegations to diminish all of the good that I have done in my community, especially without people hearing my side of the story.
Hey, this article was written November 8th, and it said, this is Jacksonville, Florida. Florida again. Boy, Florida is on the map.
They stay on the map.
So a prominent Florida entrepreneur facing a lawsuit and a bunch of criticism online, accused of fraud, took to Facebook Live to tell accusers she would not be honoring their wishes. She said in a now deleted stream, Rife Now Explicits, which we saw part of it. So we saw how she was talking, but she responds to the people in the comments that have a problem with her. She said, I have an effing office that you could have come to. I have a customer service number. And another thing I heard her say is that she got a contract with Mercedes-Benz, which is why she should have kept quiet. See, man, first of all, I mean, you can't argue with broke folks that don't have contracts with Mercedes-Benz. Like, come on. Like, I mean, you on a whole different level. So I definitely would have kept it in the corporate. Seriously. I would have just not said anything because those videos made her look horrible to me.
Well, let me ask you a question. How did she end up like getting called out? Like, did she? What this to purpose?
From my understanding, some guy that she was doing business with, she scammed him, I guess, and he was the wrong one. He took it to the Facebook group where all of these other people have complaints about other scammers and all of that, and that's how it took off, from my understanding. And so she then addresses those who want their money back, saying, you ain't getting a mother effing refund. White is the CEO of 8 businesses in Jacksonville, including the J. White Business Center. Yeah, you ain't getting no money back. No, you ain't getting a mother effing refund.
Yeah, not the CEO.
Girl, yeah, the CEO showed her BUTT, or I should have said ASS. But anyway, she the CEO of 8 businesses in Jacksonville. She got some J. White Business Center and a network of 50 Airbnbs. So a person who alleged White defrauded him he created it. So the person that said that she defrauded him, he created a whole Facebook group in October for others to address their grievances with White. Oh my God. So the group now has 9,400 members. And after reading this article, I'm sure it's double that because they done posted it online. I mean, in this article. So during her live, White cites that Facebook groups multiple times. Oh, she talks about the group multiple times. Members of the group have talked about being defrauded by White, claiming they gave her thousands of dollars to invest with no refund. One person claims he lost more than $50,000 to her. A Jacksonville attorney, Chris Dempsey, is representing the investors, and he believes White could have defrauded up to $200 from investors. So it's growing by the day. So in an interview with First Coast News last week, Wright said her allegations are simply not true. She said, this is just a part of the job. This is the horrible side of business. She said, I have lost millions of dollars doing these ventures, bringing people with me. I had hundreds of thousands of dollars in chargebacks from people who stole from my company after they received profits. Griffin, an investor represented by Dempsey Law, Dempsey filed a lawsuit in Duval County courts against White and her business, JW Enterprise Unlimited LLC. She called White delusional, and that was her friend. So she said there are too many records of what happened for White to claim that nothing went wrong. She's very good at avoiding questions and avoiding the truth, she said. She said she is lucky that she is financially stable enough to bounce back, but there are many people who lost tens of thousands of dollars. There is no small amount of money, she said. Griffin's suit accuses White of breach of contract, unjust enrichment, and fraudulent investments, okay? And says she and her associates lied about their ability to acquire property. Griffin's lawsuit claimed that she was part of a group of people who paid $10,000 each to be mentored by White. Griffin alleges that White was supposed to invest that money into a property for her. So so Griffin's lawsuit said that she was part of a group of people who paid $10,000 each to be mentored by White. Griffin alleges that White was supposed to invest that money into a property for her, but months passed without White finding a suitable property. The lawsuit notes that White continued to add people to the Facebook group, despite the failure of defendants Janae White and JW Unlimited to secure property for all the original mentees. So the defendants continued to add more mentees into the group, and she hadn't even made promises on the mentees that was already there. They like, hold on. Okay, so the lawsuit says that Griffin was still not matched with a suitable property. Okay, so she wasn't matched with, and they got suitable property in parentheses. So White made excuses claiming issues with the lender she used. Man.
So she hasn't been charged with anything. She's just being sued by the people that she scammed allegedly.
Yeah, ain't nothing proven yet. I mean, hey, this is where the documentation and all of that come out, the contracts, all of that. So she better have her paperwork right, because people can get mad and blow things up because you didn't move fast enough and all of that. And basically, that's what the lady's saying. You know, she was supposed to do this and adding all these people and still didn't do nothing what they were supposed to do. It sounds like a freaking mess. So the lawsuit says that Griffin was still not matched with a suitable property. White made excuses, claiming issues with the lender she used. We have been notified by our current lender that their funds have dried up for the time being. For those who are currently under contract, White wrote a Facebook post pictured in the lawsuit. I am working with another lender with similar terms that can get the deal closed. Meanwhile, White and her associates continued to post on the Facebook page saying that their other mentees had closed on properties. Griffin was eventually gifted a property by White. Okay. So she gave her a property. She was gifted a property by White. Her business partner signed a lease on the property. And Griffin, gifted. But hey, oh yeah, you can say you gifted something. So for the time, but anyway, that's what they said. But it was in parentheses, so I guess that's what that means. So Griffin was eventually gifted a property by White. Her business partner signed a lease on the property, and Griffin's name was never on the lease. Her business partner ended up deciding not to renew on the lease after there were problems with the property, including plumbing. At this point, Griffin tried to leave the program. The lawsuit says she was offered 50% of the original investment, which will be $5,000, but instead she took the case to court. And then there was another guy named Buddy. That's the one that created the group. And girl, it's a mess. No, it sounds scammy to me what they just said. Oh, Ashley Buddy Wilson. Because
Coach Stormy did something like that too, gifted a house to one of the girl's mother. But in the fine print, she actually owned the house. It wasn't the mother's house. And the mother ended up losing the house. But as soon as they wasn't friends anymore, she took the house back. And she got video and everything of her giving them the keys to the house and them hugging her, crying, thanking her.
Oh, come on, man.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Who, the Stormy lady did that?
Yes, Coach Stormy, yes.
You can't be giving nobody nothing and taking it back. That's crazy.
Janae White is the CEO of 8 businesses and owns 50 Airbnbs. We do need to change the graphic at the bottom of the screen. That's incorrect. She's facing serious allegations of fraud for what some call bad business practices.
Jasmine Monroe has been on your side learning why 2 friends are battling it out in court.
These allegations are simply not true. I have so many positive stories.
She's delusional. It's too much of a paper trail to deny it at this point.
2 sides, once friends, now foes. Rayvon Griffin describes her experience with well-known entrepreneur Janae White as a total disappointment after she said she was scammed for more than $10,000 from White's bad business practices.
It's too many records. It's too many text messages. It's too many emails. It's too many signed contracts.
Griffin, a silent partner, says she, along with several investors, were led to believe they received properties for renovation and sale, only to find promises unfulfilled.
And she's very good at avoiding questions and avoiding the truth. And that's when I realized I had to take a step back.
But White says that she never scammed her clients. This is just the ugly side of business investment.
Unfortunately, this is a horrible side of business. I have lost millions of dollars doing these ventures, bringing people with me. I have hundreds of thousands of dollars in chargebacks from people who sold from my company after they received profits.
A Facebook group with over 9.4 thousand clients was created to garner awareness in the alleged scam. But Janae says some of the things people are saying is simply not true.
I hate those allegations. I hate that people are referencing that with my name. I absolutely had 52 Airbnbs, and that is what people were investing in my company.
Jacksonville attorney Chris Dempsey is now representing these investors. He tells us Griffin's case may just be the tip of the iceberg and well over $200,000 scam.
It's growing by the day. It's growing in magnitude, and it's egregious and disturbing to me, and really sad that this has happened in our community by somebody who is not unknown.
Griffin says she was fortunate that she was financially stable to bounce back, but some people lost it all.
People who have lost tens of thousands of dollars. Like, this is no small amount of money.
As for White,
I do not want a few complaints or a few allegations to diminish all of the good that I have done in my community, especially without people hearing my side of the story.
Okay, I feel her on that now. I mean, hear the whole story before y'all start coming for me. Innocent until proven guilty. So
you are. So I mean, I don't know. This stuff is alleged. They're saying that, but then I mean, the person that just invested in March of 2023 and started that Facebook group, they got their story together, and that's the Buddy person. But here's the other part of it, y'all. When she went on the TikTok, so I'm gonna play those 2 again.
And I'm gonna talk like this because it's 12 o'clock at night, and I apologize, but y'all got me fucked up. Y'all got me fucked all the way to fuck up. Nah, I've been being quiet because we're gonna handle this shit, and we're gonna handle this shit legally. We're gonna handle this shit legally. Because I got it legally. But as a person, as a boss, Y'all got me fucked up.
Okay, don't mess with my coin.
In there, kiki and sharing shit, and the same people who used to be begging me to help them, same people who owe me money. It's so many people in this city. I don't put hundreds of thousands of dollars in their pocket. It's nobody should be questioning me and who the fuck I am. I got a partnership with Mercedes-Benz. Come on, investigate it. Bitch, your baby daddy probably in jail. Why your credit bad? Investigate that, bitch. You the fraud. Pay your bills. Pay your bills. You wouldn't need credit repair. You probably doing food stamp fraud right now, ho. I used to work for the food stamp office, bitch. I'm gonna have my friend look you up Monday. You probably doing food stamp fraud right motherfucking now, ho. You probably on Section 8. No, because this what they want, and this what they gonna motherfucking get. The pop so, and bitch, you need to be popular. Well, be popular and you'll get some help.
Gloves off, girl. Gloves off. Like all the intelligence she had at the news thing, all out.
Yeah, she said I could put the ratchet crown on now. Y'all coming from my corner.
And then we gonna wrap it up with Buddy, because again, Buddy is the one that I heard got it all rolling and got other people to join in, and why it's on the news and all of that. Ashley Buddy Wilson met Janae in March of 2023. He owned a landscaping business in Jacksonville, but he was looking to expand his portfolio. He decided to invest in the Airbnbs through White's company. He said, I started giving him money and I was kind of spreading it out. I started going by the office every week, making sure everything was still there, Wilson said. Wilson ended up investing $56,000. He said everything was fine until his rental unit went live at the beginning of the summer. That is when he said communication started breaking. Things went out the window as soon as I started getting those profit losses. There was no communication, no specific answer, no accountability. Wilson explained. Wilson said as soon as the paperwork he received was not correct, nor did it look right. He tried to find out more about the issues, but he said White and her associates were not forthcoming with the information. After months of not getting answers, Wilson turned to Facebook. That's one thing you can't do is be in a business with somebody and not answering them. Like, that's a lot of money to be playing with. So after months of not getting answers, Wilson turned to Facebook. He said he knew of several other people who were not getting paid by White. So he created a group that gained more than 12,000 members in about a month, right? So he said, I see this group as hopefully a place for these people to speak up and get the resources they need, at least try to get their money back, Wilson said. Wilson said he has now verified more than 50 victims, and he is passing along this information to investigators. This is about to be the same thing. So we are providing as much information as possible. We are providing proof of payment. We are providing evidence of the receipts, correspondence with the emails, the text messages, and all of this. We are handing things over as organized as possible. This food is serious. The Jacksonville Sheriff's Office confirmed they are aware of the incidents involving White, and they are reviewing the cases. Wilson said he just wants help. He just wants to help people get their money back and see White be held accountable. It's really bad, and that's why I'm going to stick with it. Everybody has pretty much given their support, and I have no doubt this is going to be taken care of. So if someone feels they are a victim of crime, JSO says they can contact the non-emergency number, 904-630-0500. And then they got the paperwork attached, boy. She is in big trouble.
Yeah. I mean,
damn.
Yeah, I know, right? It's kind of sad.
Ooh-wee.
It's kind of sad and unfortunate, because if she really didn't do nothing in her business, all her businesses is legit, it's kind of messed up that this guy would target her and have all his following to say, and over more than 50 people saying she's scammed them too, allegedly. I'm just thinking, all of those people though, Ms. V, they all can't be lying.
I know, that's what I'm saying. And he said that they all got paperwork and it's all getting it all together and correspondence. It don't sound like it's a lie, but until she's proven guilty in court,
right?
Hey, I mean, we got to say alleged.
Right, but she had.
Like I said, you basically introduced us to the whole coke in both the system, and that there was a guy seen leaving the elevator. I didn't know none of that at all. So what are some things you were aware of?
I have the full medical report and I have all the information that transpired. Like originally, her family called for a wellness check on the 10th of September, and the police went. They knocked on the door, no answer. They left. Her mother called back on the 12th, but this time she was smarter and she hit the management up and asked them to do a wellness check. They have the key. So they contacted the police. They came, they seen things taken out of her refrigerator. It was on the counter, which was odd. And that's what prompted them to look in her refrigerator and found her. I mean, they brutalized this girl and they didn't even find a cause of death, official cause of death. That's why they use homicidal violence because it was so much done to her, bound, gagged, and I mean they had all kind of cords and her clothing wrapped around her neck, and I mean I got pictures of not her face but just a diagram of all the issues that she had going on her face, her back, blunt force trauma to all of her extremities, her torso. She was really beat up bad, and she was 5'5", 122 pounds. They didn't have to do all that. She wasn't pregnant. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what made her sister really tell us that, but she wasn't pregnant according to the autopsy. But here's something that I read, and this stuff is not allegedly, this is facts. So according to the reported information, the decedent, a 31-year-old Black female, the decedent was last seen on surveillance footage at her apartment complex on Wednesday, September 6th, at an unknown time in the afternoon. On Thursday, September 7th, an unknown man is seen on a surveillance using the decedent's key fob to use the elevator. On Sunday, the 10th, the decedent's sister called Los Angeles Police Department Central requesting a welfare check. Officers arrived at her residence, knocked on the front door. No answer. They left. There was no signs of nefarious activity, so entry was not made. So on Tuesday, the 12th, which is the day they actually found her body, the decedent's mother had called requesting a welfare check, and officers from the Los Angeles Police Department Central responded and entered the locked and secured apartment using a management key. They observed food that belonged in a refrigerator on the kitchen counter. When they opened the refrigerator, they found the decedent inside unresponsive. On Tuesday, the 12th, September 12th, at 16:25 hours, Sergeant determined the death. And so that's pretty much how they found her body.
I love you, Miss V. I love Miss V.
Oh, I love you too. I heard on one video, all the news videos I listened to, only one video said this, but this is from the official report. The decedent lives in a residence by herself, and she moved there. She had just moved there in August, y'all. She just moved there, not even a month. As a matter of fact, she was supposed to be going to her old apartment to get the rest of her stuff, and she never showed up. So she moved on the 8th of August, and per surveillance video on September 5th, the decedent, another female and a male, was seen getting into the elevator, going up to the 5th floor, which is where she lived. They exit the floor and then exit. Per surveillance video, the decedent was last seen alive the 6th of September. She was last seen alive on one of the elevators on the 6th, and her vehicle also was issued a parking ticket that day. Per surveillance video on Thursday, September 7th, a male was seen using a decedent's key fob to use the elevator and then carrying plastic bags to the decedent's residence. Now, this is when she would have been deceased, you would think, unless she was still in there alive and being tortured. So on Saturday, that part of it was me talking, y'all. So on September the 9th, the decedent was supposed to go to her older residence to pick up the rest of her belongings, but she never arrived. On Sunday, the 10th of September is when the decedent's sister contacted the police, requested a wellness check. Officers arrived on the scene, knocked on the door. There was no answer and no entry was made on, and I'm just reading this because it's a little bit different. On Tuesday, 9/12, the decedent's mother called the management into the building requesting another welfare check. The management then called the Los Angeles Police Department. Officers arrived on the scene. The manager opened the door, the locked door, with their key, and officers entered. Now, the other one that I read wasn't that in depth, and that's why I'm reading it more. They looked around and did not locate the decedent. They didn't observe the food, usually kept in the refrigerator, on the kitchen counter. They looked inside the refrigerator and found the decedent unresponsive on Tuesday, 9/12 at 16:25. One thing that I want to point out too is that if they would have went to her apartment on the 10th, they would have found her body the same day they found Nicole. It was 2 days later because they didn't go in her apartment the first day.
Exactly. Wow.
Yes, I also did a review of the apartment. I'm going to stop here, and if y'all want to know anything else, just go check it out on my page. I have a full playlist. I did reviews on the apartment. It ain't sweet. They had people rent those apartments as Airbnbs, and they had squatters in those apartments, although it was high-rise, beautiful, and paying thousands of dollars to live there. It's by Skid Row, y'all. Downtown LA is not safe.
Shout out to Peachy Tea Time for inviting me on her show on a segment where Breaking news. The coroner's report is out on Maleesa Mooney, and they have confirmed some of the details that her sister has already told us. It is horrific what she had to go through. Listen at these details and let me know what you think in the comment section.
From what the coroner and mortuary is telling us to her, like, she was in a struggle. Both her ankles are broken, her hands, her legs, like I don't know if she was hit or like in the head, but it's like it's very gruesome details. But it's like she was definitely in a struggle. She was in a, it wasn't something that just like quickly happened. She was struggling.
You were telling me last night that she was pregnant.
Yes.
Tell me a bit about that. And
I just found out through the family, through guys she was talking to. They said that they were, expecting, and they were supposed to go to the hospital, to that previous week, the following week up to like she just got back from Miami. So on the 3rd, like I believe she's supposed to have like a doctor's appointment on the 9th or something like.
I want to know who were the friends seen going in an apartment September 6th with her on that Thursday, and what was in that refrigerator the police took.
We are also learning disturbing new details in the murder of a model in downtown LA. No one has yet been arrested for the killing of Maleesa Mooney in September. Her autopsy results just released today, revealing police found her body wedged inside a refrigerator. Her wrists were bound together, her ankles also tied together, and those bindings tied to each other behind her back. Her autopsy shows blunt force trauma to her face, head, back, and upper left arm. And toxicological tests found traces of cocaine.
Nicole Coates, 32, and Maleesa Mooney, 31, were found deceased in their LA high-rise apartments just days apart. Nicole Coates was found by her auntie and other family members on September 10th. Her death is being investigated as suspicious. Maleesa Mooney was found September 12th after a wellness check. Her death is being investigated as an unaliving. Okay, so in this video, we are going to focus on Maleesa Mooney. And I wanted to look to see where exactly the Sky Apartments were, the Bunkers Hill Apartments, and this is where it is. I went and just wanted to do a street view to see where it was located. Now, a lot of people may think that, when you hear high rise, it's downtown and it's expensive, that you would think that this is a safe place to live. But that could not be further from the truth. So in this video, we're going to look at the inside of the apartments and we'll see a few amenities that they offer. But I also want to look at the reviews and read them to you so you can see what type of issues were going on. So these two ladies were a mile apart and about 5 minutes away is what I'm hearing. I don't know if they knew each other. That has not come out, but it is definitely foul play with both of them. I did a live stream earlier, me and Sister Girl Talk TV, and I will link that below. Please check that out. That was Sisters in Crime, the Mind Table. So we dug deep there. But here I just want to kind of just go over the reviews and just give you an idea of what the living was there. Of course, there were some good reviews and things like that, but I'm focusing in on the ones that were complaining, especially the reviews talking about the security and different things like that. So let's get into the view of the place. Okay, so we're just gonna look a little bit to see the amenities. Look at this. It looks really nice when you go to decide if you want to live in this area. Okay, so we're gonna head inside. And when you walk into the doorway, you go right here to the left. There's the kitchen. And once I turn it around, you'll see the bathroom. And to the left there is the bedroom. I didn't go inside, but the bedroom has a big window with a great view. Okay, so we're at the reviews. Constant package theft issues that's been going on for almost 2 years, and management hasn't done anything to prevent the theft in the building. Very unsafe place to live. If you want to surround yourself with criminals, you are welcome to move here. Theft and tenants with no background checks allowed. I do not recommend this place. These buildings are very extremely unsafe. They stole my motorcycle from a gated garage that I am paying for. They stole my garage unit from a locked gated area that I am paying for. The total loss significantly high. The management does not care. They did not even return my call. They are clearly not interested to discuss, investigate what happened. A lot of strangers in the building, no cameras in a place of the garage or storage. So many hit and runs in the garage occurred. Residents are doing Airbnb. You don't know who lives next to you. It's becoming ghetto style living. It's very sad to have to leave such a review. Unfortunately, it's the pure truth. Too bad all the investments in renovation that has been done is gone. No management on site to talk to. Everyone is working remote and responding when they feel like it. I have lived here for so many years. This become chaotic and non-livable. To management, you need seriously to rethink the strategy to address safety issues, implementing additional layers of security, protecting your residents from theft and burglary. To the investors, access property and truth. Please hire competent management. They are ruining your reputation in the market. And here are some pictures of the rented garage that he shows that have been broken into, ransacked, everything stolen and thrown around. And it's just disheartening to pay this kind of money. And this is what happens. Now, here a person complained about maintenance about a week ago. It says, I've been here for a few years now, myself and my roommate. And like all places, you have issues here and there. But the maintenance guy, Luis G., he came out to do a work order and he was very flirtatious and he smelled the alcohol. He was very unprofessional. So they text the boyfriend and he came over for a short while. Louise tried to joke with him, but then the boyfriend replied, do they let you guys drink on the job? And so he didn't comment and he hurried and finished the job. I don't know what dude is experiencing, but that behavior alone is unprofessional and literally makes me only want to request jobs to be done Monday through Friday when supervisors are here on the property. The job was finished, but he made me very uncomfortable before my boyfriend showed up. Now, here's a person upset about a response they got. Now, one thing I can say, some of the bad responses that gave them 1 stars, they would respond that I tried to reach out to you, but I couldn't find you in the system type of thing. So this person said, editing due to them not finding me in the system yet. I moved out a month ago. SS Property Management are just incompetent scammers. In the reviews, you can see they don't address or resolve any concerns. Guess you'll have to spend the money you scam from me sending a representative to small claims court. Don't expect the apartments to be clean when you move in, and they will take money out of your deposit without justification unless you demand a walkthrough before moving out. Other than that, living here was fine. Maintenance promptly resolved issues, and the complex was in pretty convenient location. So these were reviews and opinions of people that actually live there. If you have not already, please subscribe, please like the video, and please share it out. Let me know what you think about what you. Orlando police received a report on September 28th at approximately 7:41 a.m. about an unattended death. When officers arrived, they found Yonah Lubrin hanging from a tree in the backyard of a home near West Livingston Street and North Westmoreland Drive. In a statement, the Orlando Police Department said, while death investigations are predicated upon the existence of trauma to the body in order to determine a criminal act, our investigation has thus far not revealed any physical injuries other than the ligature marks on her neck caused by the hanging. Police went on to say that there are documented history of mental illness, witnesses says, and cell phone communications from Lubrin that showed signs of self-unaliving. The family is saying that Orlando Police Department failed to investigate the death of Yonah Lubrin, and because of that, they are going throughout the neighborhood talking to people, especially the house where Yonah was found. So listen at this video. These are the witnesses who seen her, last to speak with her, seen her at the tree, and failed to call law enforcement. Listen at what they have to say and let me know what you guys think about this in the comment section.
Little branch, they trying to say she got on this tree or this ladder or whatever, and she can. So you mean to tell me there's a window right here? Or this little branch, they trying to say she got on this tree or this ladder or whatever, and she. So you mean to tell me there's a window right here, and this window is halfway open. There's a window right here, and that means nobody ain't hear nothing, no thumping, no nothing. And last time I was here, this ladder was not here. All this stuff you see right here was not here. So I'm just trying to figure out how somebody get the video and then put my sister, and she said, hold on, matter of fact, me and my sister same height, same size anyway. You telling me my sister right here, and then she was on her knees leaning on the tree. That means she could have very well touched this here. She could have very well got up off her feet.
I don't see how you hang yourself on the tree like this anyway.
How long is it?
Yeah.
She literally is laying, so that means I can touch this house. I can lean on this tree. How? Make it make sense to me. Ain't no way. Y'all see that little thump? It don't make sense. How she had the space. This wasn't like this when she was here.
The window's definitely open, so if she was making noise, somebody could have heard her.
That ladder was not there. It was not.
It wasn't.
This the back of the house. That man said he couldn't, he couldn't call her.
So that's who we recorded the video from the other. You want to try to talk to him?
Yeah.
Yeah, listen. See if he'll come out and talk to us, man.
Stephen Madison.
While I'm live. Stephen Madison. How you doing, brother? Marquell, nice to meet you.
Huh?
Yeah,
uncle?
I'm not my nephew.
Yeah, but
Okay.
you're the uncle.
I'm not. Yeah.
I'm Yo-Yo's sister.
Oh, Yo-Yo? I didn't even know. Everybody, everybody used to tell me. They said when all that stuff happened, that night, that night, like I told them, I was asleep. I go to sleep early. I go to work, so when I got up that morning, one thing I always told little baby, keep that light on. That's something that never that morning, that bit was dead on. When I had my flat light, my flat light was so damn big. So I'm coming out, I always come out 4 in the morning. When I came out, I couldn't see nothing. I ain't heard nothing, no nothing. So when I came over, I always let it come out every time. I'm up now. So when I come back out again, I come out, I ain't see nothing. Then after a while, I heard something when I'm in the house. About what time was this? This about 4:15. You heard something about 4:15, gotcha. So I said, what that is? I guess that went, Yo-Yo, man. She say, I said, what's up? I said, you knocked the ladder down. I said, you all right? So I said, what are you doing up there? Everything she said, she trying to get some sleep. I said, on the roof? I ain't nothing about trying to get some sleep on the roof. I said, why you on the roof trying to get some sleep? She said, I ain't got nowhere to go. I said, damn. I said, okay.
But you seen her around here plenty of times, though, right?
So at 4:15 a.m. the night her body was found, she was on the roof. You came out and she was on the roof,
So you was
just chilling.
pretty much talking.
So
Thank you, ma'am. That's what I'm talking about.
So obviously,
I'm the last person to see that.
if she was trying to get some peace, we could naturally assume either she was into it with her girlfriend or somebody here that she's trying to get. Go ahead.
I'm dead serious about the girlfriend. I ain't never known nothing about no other girl. I said, who's this other girl they talking about now? They said, yeah, she had a wife. I said, a wife? I said, what? I said, who the world is that? So I ain't never known now one of them. But when they said the girl died, see, like I said, if he had a light on and I was seeing her, so I could have eased myself.
called the police myself. I said, yeah, we got a dead person back here.
Right.
But I didn't see. That's why I said Lopez to have.
So let me ask you this here. So when you say you saw her up at 4th, but your nephew said you the one who saw her first.
I was.
But on the tree though.
She wasn't on no tree. She was on the roof.
Okay. But
Still alive on the roof.
But your nephew said that he saw her, he did the video, and he was going to work still. Did you go to work and see her like that too?
Yeah, when I come out, it was daylight then. It was 7 o'clock then.
So who called 911?
I don't.
So why you ain't call 911?
That's what I'm trying to say. I ain't know that was dead body until I come out to go to work. We were getting ready to go to work then.
But I'm saying the midst of, but your nephew.
So who called the police when you came out? You didn't call the police.
I didn't call no police.
When you saw the body, what did you do?
Y'all stay in the back. So you and your nephew come out for work in the morning. You see the body. Almost 7. So you seen her live at 4:15. At 7, she's hanging from the tree and on her knees. Neither one of y'all called the police. Y'all went to work.
But y'all see her titties all out. Y'all see her pants all open, and y'all ain't think nothing of it. She just standing up. Y'all ain't do nothing. You gotta understand, this is my sister we talking about. A young lady whose titties exposed.
Where's Lopez?
That's what it is. They say he dead. That nigga been gone for now almost down there 2.5 weeks.
Since that happened?
Since that happened.
But they saying he dead, but he's just supposedly gone.
That nigga, he up off, gone. He ain't been back around him. That's why all this shit.
So you believe he dead?
I don't. Because like I know something. I'm gonna tell you something. But number one, I don't believe, because number one, I ain't, like I told him, with the proof. I ain't see no proof.
No.
Ain't showed me nothing.
No articles in the paper saying he did. Nobody.
Every morning. I'm a newsman. And I ain't seen nothing on the news period saying about it. Thank you, sir. Yeah. And I watch the missing on Sunday mornings. I watch all the missing. That's everything.
Our biggest thing with y'all is like, why didn't you call the police?
I know. I don't know.
Like, you see it. It's a person. She could have still been alive when you came out. Ain't no telling she could have just happened. You know what I'm saying? It could have just happened literally like 5 minutes before. She could have been able to be revived, CPR or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Calm down.
You gotta get my perspective.
It's a little strange. It's strange.
You know what I'm saying? But it's different when you ain't got shit to do with it. You see somebody in distress, but that's a time.
Y'all could have potentially saved her life. I understand black people and not want to be involved. I get it. But at the same time, you got to look at the family's perspective. You know, y'all could have saved her, could have helped us find out what happened, and everybody just went to work and left her there. So that's just a little strange. That's a red flag for anybody.
Who actually lives in this house?
That's what I'm saying. That's Lopez's house.
So by himself, though, you don't got nobody else.
So you don't pay rent to him?
That's why I get my rent too. And Lopez. I stay back here. I
know. I'm saying because if it's his property, so that I was assuming you pay him rent to live here, right?
Yes.
So you said.
So who you gonna keep paying?
Right now, right when they waiting on the rent man now.
Who's the rent man?
That's some man named Tony.
Who owns the actual house?
He owns it. All is it.
Lopez was just renting from Tony. Gotcha.
And see, and they said, and he's saying Lopez was high.
But just so I understand, so it was you didn't know about the wife supposedly. So when Yo-Yo was coming over, you thought it was her and Mary. That's the only interaction you knew.
I knew Mary, but I ain't never knew nothing about Yo-Yo.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you something. I ain't never knew Yo-Yo. Period. I ain't until everybody would tell. They say, yeah, man, no, got here, Yo-Yo got here. I said, Yo-Yo. I said, who is Yo-Yo? I ain't never seen her a day in my life.
But let me just ask you this.
I know she was saying about the man called the police. I did. She see a body
half naked. You know, I'm just saying, like, y'all ain't do, like, y'all could. The thing is that your nephew said you saw my sister. First, you said you was the last person to talk to her. Then you was the last, and then first person to see her. Like, I get it. If somebody on their knees and they standing like this and they neck like this, there's no mental.
Yeah, but straight around.
So I got this is my question, bro. So you seen her at 4:15 a.m. on the roof. You said you didn't know nothing about the wife. So who in the house was she into, like trying to get away from to get some peace?
That's what I thought.
So you didn't hear no arguing?
You thought it was Lopez.
I thought he should have been out. That's what I thought. Who should have been in there? You know what I'm saying?
So she would have been having problems with Lopez. Was Mary in the house at the time?
Mary, I don't know.
Is she here now? Can we speak with her?
Who, Mary?
Yeah.
No, Mary ain't him. Mary ain't been around him. But I'm gonna tell you, the woman next door got Mary scared.
Yeah.
She said she see Mary again, she gonna stomp the shit out of Mary.
What lady right here?
Oh yeah. The big woman.
I don't know.
Right here to the left.
Yeah, right on that house right in the first house.
On the left, right here.
Yeah, right there. That house right there.
We need to go
This dog ain't gonna mess with me.
That belt. He like to play. He might jump up on you.
Thank you.
He just like to play.
We appreciate you for letting us come back here. Thank you for talking to me, bro. Nah, I know. I seen his live. I'm from Mississippi. I'm an activist from Mississippi. I know it's a strange situation, but we gonna find out what happened. We know it wasn't no suicide. Yeah, so we appreciate y'all. Yeah. Everybody are gone. Yeah. If it was,
Come on. Too much technology out these days
for them not to know.
If it's one of us.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you what Jerry told me one time. Come on, now it don't matter if it's a year from today. They're still gonna pick your ass up. That's what I tell anybody. But you know what?
You think Lopez did?
I can't. One thing I can say, I will never know, bro. Cause you.
Who started that rumor that he was dead?
Oh, Mary.
Mary, okay, gotcha. Thank you for that. Thank you for that.
But I'm gonna
I appreciate y'all, brother.
Did you tell me one thing? Yo wouldn't be coming over here if it wasn't for Mary.
That's the link. So that's what she was trying to get away from on the top of the house. Are you aware of who messed up Yo-Yo's car? Who did all that damage to her car?
You don't look at the video?
I see it.
But I would never know all that because I woke up and saw the car like this. I ain't know it. I ain't know that.
They really said it in y'all lap too by putting it in the back of the house, knowing y'all live back there. That's some fucked up shit.
I was saying, like that, they trying to like set me up. My cousin even said, "Hey, cuz."
Yeah, that was a dirty thing. Then y'all come out. I get y'all initial fear. Motherfucker just didn't want to be involved. I know. But as black men, y'all could have saved her life.
You know what I'm saying? We could have put that. I didn't know what he was saying. And so see what she was like. Nobody always kept that damn light on, man.
And he always kept the light on, and then this particular night it's out.
My sister cried, don't come home.
Yeah.
I won't go off till about 8 o'clock in the morning.
But this particular night, so you was the last one still alive, 4:15. You come back out at 7, and she's dead.
When I came out,
and she told you she was trying to get some peace and get some sleep.
She said she trying to get some sleep. He said she would have asked you to put the light up. Would you? I said, yeah. And she would have said, yeah, put the light up.
She was just trying to get away from somebody. Just get some peace.
Nobody's supposed to be in the house.
Yeah.
It's his house. That's what he the one who was in the house.
Gotcha.
But he didn't even bring his ass out, man.
Gotcha.
No. The police was the police just came a jet call for Uncle Troy, didn't it?
Oh, okay.
Now I wonder why that police.
I would too.
He came up in the yard and talked to me.
Yeah.
And he was like, "It's 10:23."
Yeah.
Oh, y'all, we have got a call from them. I'm like, "What the fuck?" I'm on the phone with little Larry, so I know I couldn't call your ass.
Gotcha.
You feel me? So Claudia walked out the door.
The police don't care about black life, so they ain't really trying to investigate it. But we gonna be back. We appreciate y'all letting us come back, bro. We're gonna be respectful when we come. We just trying to get answers. We gonna get answers. So that's real. That's real. Nice to meet you, brother. Mark Quill. Nice to meet you, brother. That's our sister right there.
I didn't do that. Every article got my name on it. You calling me bitches and hoes and everything, but you.
Yeah, because I'm mad as fuck. Like, okay, the man took a picture of my son and put that bitch out there.
So who you talk to the man? You
talk to him. Talk to him.
So why you throwing it out on me?
Because he telling me y'all post the shit.
Who is y'all? He the one who owns that company.
I swear to God, I called his ass. I talked to his ass. But the thing is, he told me, I'm not taking you down.
You gotta do that on him.
I told him, okay, I said, bro, just cool, just take my son down. You feel me?
That ain't on her. We don't need. I understand your feelings, but you know we can't direct that toward her sister. So we squad. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
No. It ain't had nothing to do with nothing.
Yeah.
But Mary, you know, that's your home. That's her home girl.
Yeah.
You feel me? That's why.
You know where she be? Where can we find Mary?
You be standing right motherfucking door.
Outside.
Usually she's beat up from goddamn 6 in the morning to goddamn. That woman got her scared.
So her and Lopez been ghosts since this happened.
You talking about right here across the street or right now?
Come on, we'll walk. We'll find it. Thank y'all, brother. Y'all have a good day, bro. I appreciate y'all being willing to talk to you. For sure. I'll probably pop back up before I get out just to holler at y'all. All right, fam. Gotcha. My phone finna die. Yeah, we need to get. But I no flow. Yeah, she said it, huh? The heavy set lady, let me get up.
Wow, I just learned this information and wanted to make everybody aware. I have seen so many people take the one chip challenge, and I never knew how deadly this could be. There was a 14-year-old who lost his life due to this challenge. He was given a chip while he was at school. I'm going to let you guys listen to them explain what happened to this teenager.
14-year-old Harris Walopa died suddenly a few hours after eating the ultra-spicy chip. The family wants the chips banned, and they want other families to know the danger. WBZ's Christina Hager joins us live. And Christina, understandably, this family is absolutely heartbroken.
They say they just haven't been able to speak publicly on camera about this. Until now, they're sharing this warning.
Oh my God, it's so painful.
It was tough for her to talk about, but the mother of 14-year-old Harris Walopa wanted desperately to get the message out. She picked him up from Doherty High School Friday after a call from the nurse saying he had eaten a spicy tortilla chip and fainted.
When I went there, he was laying down, and I said, what was that? What was the chips he ate? And this is what he showed me.
It was an internet image of the Pucky brand 2023 One Chip Challenge. In his box, a single chip labeled Carolina Reaper and Naga Viper Pepper. Within hours, his mother says he passed out again at home, went to the emergency room, and died.
I'm afraid of God. I'm a parent. We'll go through what I'm going through. I don't want to see anybody hurting the way I'm hurting. I miss my son so much. I miss him so much.
The family is waiting for a cause of death from the Massachusetts medical examiner's autopsy, but they are convinced it was the chip that made their son sick, a healthy basketball player with no known allergy.
No pre-existing condition, not to my knowledge.
It's the subject of a social media challenge. On the back of the package, a warning label says keep out of reach of children. But we found the chips in a store about 10 minutes from Walopa's school. The clerk warned us to be careful. According to the National Capital Poison Center, it contains capsaicin, which typically causes mouth and throat pain, but can also result in more serious health problems. His parents now begging the chips be taken off store shelves.
We've been having sleepless nights, especially when I look at him. He's not going to come back anymore.
I cannot imagine. My heart and prayers goes out to this family. There is no way this product should have ever been sold in a grocery store, out in the open, if it is so dangerous. It should not be so available for any child to pick it up. If this chip is touched, it can burn your face. And so capsaicin is an active component of chili peppers. It is a chemical irritant and neurotoxin for mammals, including humans, and produces a sensation of burning in any tissue in which it comes in contact with. Guys, please stop taking the hot chip challenge. They have now been taken off the shelf. I actually thought this was only a product that could be bought offline. I never knew that it was sold in stores. Please make your children aware. This is not okay. Let me know, guys, what you think about this in the comments section.
The time my braces doesn't match this, I was supposed to move. And then I ended up
She walking pretty fast there, Susan.
Right to be getting up so slow in the courtroom.
Right.
Just kept standing in front of me. I'm like, I don't want to talk to you.
Public property. You can't.
Where?
I mean, it's not hers though.
She shouldn't be over here.
So,
So if you saw her on this property and she said I wanted to trespass, you wouldn't trespass her? Yes.
that, so, well,
You would. Okay. You got all the information?
yeah.
Okay. We're gonna write it. You need to tell her not to come back over here, even with her dog. There's no right to be over here. She doesn't live here. So if that lady, if we came here and she was standing right here, and that lady said I want her to trespass her. Yeah, we're good, buddy.
See, that's my thing. It's like
That's the law. You don't do that and something happens and you're supposed to trespass her, that's on you. Okay? When you run a place, you're allowed to trust people that trespass.
well, then I should have been able to do it with multiple cases of A. Well, then I should have been able to do it with multiple cases of A. I'll just tell her, no trespassing, just to speak on it, both sides, to say, hey, you can't trespass. They don't have to write up anything about.
No, we do have. We're writing up the battery. That's with no arrest.
Okay.
Okay. So I'll go give her a case number.
Okay, so.
Oh, that's
since that
AJ.
is found out that it's her property. She has a no trespass, so unfortunately that means.
See?
That's fine. I mean,
It doesn't matter if it's not hers. She rents there, just like you rent here. You wanted somebody to trespass from right here. You called us and we saw them on the property. They'd be trespassed. The next time we came out, they'd go to jail. Okay?
What?
That's the way that works.
Really?
All right. I mean,
You have the same right as she does. So I mean, she doesn't want them over there. Don't have them over there. The landlord put a sign there for a reason. That's what it is. Okay?
Absolutely. Your baby's
Wow.
No, my kids are inside. They only come out to walk the dog. And maybe if we're home by daylight for them to play. Like I was gonna let them play because they never get to play. Yeah, literally. I told him. I said, "Stay on this side," and he wasn't even lingering here. He was behind the building.
I just wouldn't even have them go over there. It's an issue every time.
Here it is.
I know. I'm sorry. It is what it is.
I've had the same issue, but
She ain't the only one to live over there.
Yes. Okay. No problem at all. I understand how you feel. Believe me, that's why I got a house. Yeah, I said last year.
Look, he watching everything the officer say to her.
Yeah.
The only thing that she had in that dot, but she didn't admit to that being involved. But her skin all blends in and looks the same.
On the case is being documented, and if she wants to go further with what she asked for about an injunction, she has to go to the courthouse. Okay.
Whatever, dude. Whatever.
Give me a 1099. Yeah, I thought you want me on the radio more.
Say
1099.
No, what's up?
Can I?
Wow, man. So where they going? The old Susan house? Oh, that?
See, so I mean, all of that belong to her. The kids can't play on the field.
Come on, man. That's her only area right there.
Right there.
Yeah, that's it.
They don't own that
So,
grass and all of
look,
that
now
stuff.
let's see how his energy is with her.
And Miss Susan. So right now,
Miss Susan.
I'm gonna issue a card to you. Okay. With the case number on it. Okay. Because I'm gonna write it up as a battery. Just no arrest can be made at this time. Okay. All right. But it has been known to her that this is your property, and for them not to come back on. Okay. Thank you. You're welcome.
That gave her power right there.
You can't be out here all the time to make them. I would try and ask the landlord to try and get you a camera.
You need anything else? You need anything else?
No, we're just gonna go on a walk real quick.
Oh my God!
I'm sorry. He's a big baby.
That's what I love fur baby. What's his name? What's the baby's name? Cash Money.
Oh my God, this lady just tried to break down my door. I shot through the door. Oh God. that address for me to make sure I have it correct. Okay, what is your name? Okay, what's going? Take a deep breath for me. Calm down. Oh my God. You said someone tried to break down your door. Is that correct? Yes. Yes, the woman was screaming and yelling and she was trying to break down my door. Okay, it was a female? Yes. I didn't know what to do. I grabbed my gun and I shot at the door. I thought she was going to kill me. Oh my God. Okay, you said you shot at the door, is that correct? Yes, I shot at the door because she wouldn't stop. I told her to get away and she wouldn't. She just sang and she sang it. Okay, where's your gun now? It's in my bedroom. I didn't know what to do. I was panicking. This is the woman who attacked me. Okay, do you still see the subject? I don't know where she is. I'm still in my house. I didn't open my door to her. Is it just only you in the home? Yes, it's just me. Okay, I just need you to lock all your doors and windows, okay? I have.
No, not lock all your doors and windows like she's a victim.
Get there. Okay. They were going to come and kill me. And did you know that?
Watch when she get to the kids.
Yes, she's come after me several times because of her children. Her children keep trespassing over here. They're bothering me and bothering me. They won't stop. Is she a neighbor? Yes.
Hey, baby, wake up.
We need to do CPR real quick.
Baby, wake up.
CPR.
Baby, wake up.
Let me see. Do we have any pulse? Do we have any pulse? We got pulse. 19. Here. She's got a pulse. Look, she does. Here. Yeah, she's got a pulse. Where's the gun? Here.
What did you here?
It's probably like a 22 or something.
Oh my God.
She says she has a pulse.
No, yes.
She's got pulse.
Very faint.
She's got pulse.
Very faint. There's no bro, you've been planning to do this for the longest time, bro. On this fucking woman for fucking ever. Oh my God.
I got it. Right here.
Right here.
Chest, right here. Right side of the chest. Okay. There's no exit.
Who over there was here?
I don't see a lot of blood. Yeah, I don't see the blood either. It's probably like a 22 or something.
I got her, baby. Get my phone. Get my phone.
Can you make sure kids aren't on medical bag?
They're in my house.
That's the mother right there. That's her mother right there. Hey, boss man, keep the light over here.
Yeah, I know you're upset. Focus on CPR, man. Let me do the rest.
Oh my God.
Can you fucking imagine if this was our kid?
Like, wow. I mean, this woman, she's a mother of 4. So on Friday, June 2nd, Owens' children were playing in a field next to an apartment complex when a unidentified 58-year-old white woman reportedly began yelling at them to get off of her land, and calling them racial slurs. The children left, but accidentally left behind an iPad, which the woman took. After AJ's children informed AJ of what happened, she walked across the street with her kids to speak with the woman. She knocked on the door, and at that point, the woman allegedly shut through the door.
Her neighbor, amid an ongoing fight over where her children were playing, was arrested Tuesday night on several charges stemming from all of that information coming from the sheriff in Marion County, Florida, Billy Woods. He did post this video on social media announcing that arrest.
Hello, everyone. Sheriff Billy Woods here. I wanted to come to you tonight to give you an update on the Holiday weekend. Tonight, we have arrested 58-year-old Susan Lawrence of Miss AJ Owens. My detectives have been working around the clock since this happened, sifting through evidence and interviewing witnesses. Now, I said this at the beginning. We want the same thing as Miss Owens's family, and that's justice. Now, here's the thing about justice. She's on her own time. Not my time, not a prosecutor's time, not even a mob's time. A mob seeking, well, what they think is justice. And I understand that in these situations like this, emotions run high, and it's understandable. In fact, I want to thank all of you that have sent me messages, sent me emails, texted me, and encouraging the arrest, because it shows that you care about a fellow human being. Now, many of you were struggling to understand why there was not an immediate arrest. Well, as I partially explained in the beginning, the laws here in the state of Florida are clear. Now, I may not like them. I may not agree with them. But however, those laws I will follow, and I will ensure. And sometimes when we do these investigations of cases of this level, rushing into making an arrest is not the right thing to do sometimes. In fact, it could probably cause complications or cause errors, because we want to ensure that what we present, that justice is served all the way through the courts, and that the individual gets what they deserve. And that's one of the things. My detectives cannot complete an investigation without getting all sides of a story.
Yeah,
and that
right.
night, all we had was one person's story, and that was the story. But Miss Owens' story had to be told through evidence in the eyes of witnesses who were there. I told you that we want nothing more than justice, and this can only be accomplished by maintaining the integrity of the case and leaving no stone unturned. Throughout this tragic event, we have been working very closely with Mrs. Owens' family. And right now, that family needs your prayers and support. The justice we have all been seeking has been served, but peace for them is still a ways down the road. Now, some of you have asked me about the Stand Your Ground law. Personally, I think it's a great law, designed to help Floridians to defend themselves and keep
It
themselves
seemed like
safe.
a commercial.
However,
You know what I'm
it does
saying?
not apply in all situations.
Just don't
And
feel
this
good.
situation
Don't
is a
feel right.
prime example of when it was not justified.
It seemed
It
phony.
was simply a case. Lastly, I want to thank all of my detectives for their hard work, because they do this in every case that is brought before them or that they are called
Get
to.
out of here.
In Ocala this morning, a woman is under arrest days after she shot her neighbor through her front door.
Now, the woman told deputies she fired at the mom of 4 in self-defense, but the sheriff says it's just not the case. Now, Regina Gonzalez is following the latest in the, she's in the newsroom with all of this. Good morning, Regina.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, deputies are saying this was not a stand your ground case, but a tragic ending to a nearly 2-year-long feud between these neighbors. Ajika Owens, who also goes by AJ, leaves behind 4 young children, and one of them was right beside her when shot while trying to approach this neighbor about another incident. The neighbor accused of pulling the trigger was officially identified as 58-year-old Susan Lawrence. She was officially arrested yesterday on charges of manslaughter with a firearm, culpable negligence, battery, and this is footage of that arrest. On the day, reports said Lawrence was overheard yelling and arguing with AJ's children who were playing in a nearby field, and then threw a rollerblade skate at the 9-year-old son, which hit him in his toe. When the boy and his brother went to talk to Lawrence about what happened, she then opened the door and swung an umbrella at them. After AJ went over to Lawrence's house to confront her about the allegations, deputies said Lawrence fired one shot, closed front door, and struck AJ in the chest. She laid at the hospital. Now, the days after, family and community members held rallies and vigils and endlessly called the sheriff's department, pleading for them to arrest Lawrence. Sheriff Billy Woods actually admitted that they wanted to arrest her the night this happened, but had to follow proper protocol in regards to Florida's Stand Your Ground law.
People don't understand is that law has specific instructions for us in law enforcement. And anytime that we think or perceive or believe that that might come into play, we cannot make an arrest. The law specifically says that. And what we have to rule out is whether this deadly force was justified or not before we can even make the arrest. And sometimes it becomes difficult, and sometimes it becomes an obstacle.
Now, records show that 911 had been called a half a dozen times since 2021 involving Lawrence and AJ Owens. In one case in February of 2022, the neighbor called 911 to file a complaint against AJ because a dog was on her property. The neighbor told deputies that she and AJ got into an argument, and AJ allegedly threw a no trespassing sign at her, but there was actually no physical contact. Now, in a news release earlier this week, prominent civil rights attorney Benjamin Crump, who was representing AJ's family, said Lawrence told the kids to get off of her land and previously hurled racial slurs at them, but deputies have yet to confirm that information. Crump will actually hold a press conference regarding the arrest today at noon.
After days of calls for an arrest, the woman who is accused of murder in Ocala has now been arrested. We'll get you to a brand new video as that woman was taken into custody here in Marion County. Now, we understand this is 58-year-old Susan Lorenz, and now she's now been charged with manslaughter with a firearm, which is a first-degree felony, along with culpable negligence, battery, and 2 counts of assault. The story that has gained nationwide attention over the past couple of days, and it all started with an ongoing feud between the woman arrested and the victim. You see her here. AJ Owens is a mother of 4. It all boiled over when, according to investigators, Lorenz threw a roller skate at Owens' 10-year-old son. That mom then kicked Lorenz, or knocked on Lorenz's door multiple times. That's when she shot her. Owens died after being shot in the upper chest. Now, Lorenz told investigators she acted in self-defense and claimed Owens had been trying to break down the door.
And so I know from the family's standpoint, they want to make sure that she is charged to the fullest extent of the law for what she took from them.
The question is whether or not we can give an account of what has happened. Like we said earlier today, this horrible, unjustified killing from the children. The children are the witnesses. These children have been through a lot. And certainly we don't want to put any pressure on the children because we want them to have the opportunity to grieve and also explain what has happened to their mother. Those stories are in development. And we have found out so far that there was an iPad. I'm sure you heard that from Sheriff Woods today. Whereas it belonged to one of the children. And there was a situation between Susan and the children. One of the children were hit with a pair of skates. I'm sure Sheriff Woods explained that today as well. You heard that today. And of course, AJ Owens went to see why. She knocked on the door, according to the information I've been given, once. When there was no answer, she simply replied, "I know you hear me." There was no altercation. At the time that was said, Ms. Owens, in front of her children. That's all the story that I have at this far until we get more developments.
Keep in mind that this is still an ongoing investigation, so there may be some questions that we cannot answer. It is important that we share this information now so that our community can be put at ease. So at this time, I'll turn the microphone over to Hoover Police Chief Nick Dursis. Thank you.
Thank everyone for being here today. Besides me stands the team who played a significant role in this investigation. I want to thank our department, members of surrounding local law enforcement agencies, the FBI, Secret Service, United States Marshals, and Allahnia for their assistance in this case. We said from the evening of July 13th, our focus would be the safe return of Carlee Russell. That occurred on Saturday, July 15th, approximately 49 hours after she called 911 and disappeared. From that point, our focus has been to determine Carlee's whereabouts during that time and what exactly took place. Let me say up front, this investigation is not over. We're still working this case, and we'll work in this case until we uncover every piece of evidence that helps us account for the 49 hours that Carlee Russell was missing. However, through the public interest, and in some cases, public fear that this story has generated, we owe it to our citizens to tell them the facts that we have uncovered. So I will give you the facts that we know today. On July 13th, at approximately 8:20 p.m., Carlee left work from a business at the Summit. Surveillance video from her place of employment shows Carlee concealed a dark-colored bathrobe, a roll of toilet paper, and other items belonging to the business prior to her departure. She ordered food from Taziki's at the Colonnade and traveled there. She then traveled to Target on 280, where she purchased some granola bars and Cheez-Its. From there, she remained in the parking lot at that shopping center until 9:21 p.m. when she drove to I-459. Carlee communicated on her cell phone with individuals known to her while on her path of travel up to the point of calling 911 at 9:34 p.m. And at this time, we will play the 911 call in its entirety.
Hi, I am on Interstate 459, and there's just a kid just walking by themselves. Hold on. Where on 49 are you? I'm right next to the exit 10 by the Silver Neck, like you got by the Silver Neck. Okay, so you're before the exit? Yes. Okay, were you headed southbound or northbound? Okay, towards Tuscaloosa or towards 280? Towards Tuscaloosa. Okay, and was the child on the left or right side? On the right side. Were they walking northbound or southbound? They're walking towards Tuscaloosa. Walking southbound. How old do they look? Like a toddler, like maybe like 3 or 4. Did you pull over with them? Are you still with them? Yes. Okay, are you with the child right now? No, I'm not. I didn't get out of the car. I can see them though. Do you mind staying and keeping an eye on them until we get there? Yeah, sure, yeah. Okay, what kind of car are you in? I'm in a red Mercedes-Benz. Is that a sedan or SUV? SUV. I mean, it's a sedan. Sorry. Can you put your hazards on for me? Yeah, they're on. Okay. Did you talk to the child at all, or did you say anything to them? No. Okay. No. Do they look like they're injured? No, they don't. Are they white, like Hispanic, or Asian? They're white. Okay. And the male or female? I think it's a boy, a little boy. White male? Okay. So is he wearing clothes? Yes. Okay. What is he wearing? It's a white t-shirt, and it doesn't look like he has any pants on. It looks like a diaper. And you don't see any cars anywhere? No cars anywhere. Okay. All right. What's your name? My name is Carlee Russell. And you don't see any injuries on the shop from where you're at, correct? No, but I can't really see them that good. Okay, try to keep an eye on them for the best you can, because I don't want you to lose track of them. Okay. All right, and do they have shoes on? No, not that I can see. I can't really see that one. Okay. All right, I've got them on the way, okay? Just try to keep an eye on them, but the officers are on the way, okay? Okay, thanks. Thank you.
Carlee called a relative after speaking with the 911 operator. She went missing during that conversation sometime after 9:36 p.m. Traffic camera footage was obtained which depicted this portion of the incident, and that footage was analyzed as part of the investigation in conjunction with the 911 call and cell phone data to accurately determine the time frame. Carlee's 911 call remains the only report of a child on the interstate, despite numerous vehicles passing through the area at that time. No one has called to report that a child is missing, and the Hoover Police Department did not locate any evidence of a small child walking down the interstate. Data from Carlee's phone, including her Life 360 app, shows that she traveled approximately 600 yards in her vehicle while she was on the phone with 911, stating that she was following a child. 600 yards. That is 6 football fields straight, 600 yards. The Hoover 911 Center received a second call from Carlee's mother, stating that a relative was on the phone with her when they heard Carlee scream, and then they had an open phone line. Hoover police officers arrived on the scene within 5 minutes of being dispatched, and several other officers arrived shortly. They located Carlee's wig and cell phone in the grass near the vehicle. Her purse was located in the front seat of her vehicle with her Apple Watch in the purse. The food she ordered for Tzatziki's was also in the car. The items she purchased from Target, as well as taken from her place of employment, were not in the vehicle, nor were they located anywhere around the scene. Hoover police deployed all available assets from the point in the search for Carlee. Additional resources were called in to include our own drone unit, crime scene investigators. Numerous detectives responded to the scene. Throughout the day Friday, officers from surrounded local and federal agencies assisted Hoover police in the search for Carlee Russell. Officers returned to the scene on 459 to conduct a thorough line search for evidence. K-9 teams from the Jefferson County Sheriff's Department responded to check for any sign of Carlee, the child that she claimed to see, and anything else that could be considered evidence in this case. Those searches all turned up empty. Private citizens, including search parties organized by her family, friends, began looking everywhere that they could to find any trace. These searches took place throughout the day Friday and again on Saturday, yielding nothing. At 10:44 p.m. on July 15th, the Hoover 911 Center receives a call from Carlee's residence stating that she returned home on foot. In subsequent investigations, detectives obtained surveillance footage of Carlee walking down the sidewalk alone prior to arrival at her residence. She was conscious and speaking with paramedics when she was transported to UAB. Detectives were able to obtain a brief statement from her prior to being treated and released. During the statement, she told detectives that while traveling down the interstate, she saw a baby walking down the side of the road and called 911. She stated when she got out of her vehicle to check on the child, a man came out of the trees and mumbled that he was checking on the baby. She claimed that the man then picked her up and she screamed. She stated he then made her go over a fence. She claims he then forced her into a car, and the next thing she remembers is being in the trailer of an 18-wheeler. She stated that the male was with a female. However, she never saw the female, only hearing her voice. She also told detectives she claimed that her head was hurting. She also had a tear in her shirt. Detectives also noted that she had $107 cash in her right sock. Out of respect for Carlee and her family, detectives did not press for additional information in this interview and made plans to speak with her in detail after giving her time to rest. Detectives continue analyzing data from Carlee's cell phone that was left behind at the scene. We enlisted the help of the United States Secret Service in conducting this analysis. Part of what data includes several internet searches in the days leading up to her disappearance that I think are very relevant to this case. On July 11th at 7:30 a.m., the term, "Do you have to pay for an Amber Alert?" was searched. On July 13th at 1:03 a.m., the day of her disappearance, the term, "How to take money from a register without being caught," was searched. On July 13th at 2:13 a.m., the day of her disappearance, the term Birmingham bus station was searched. On July 13th, 2:35 a.m., a search for a one-way bus ticket from Birmingham to Nashville was conducted with a departure date of July 13th. On July 13th at 12:10
Please subscribe and press that notification bell and thumbs up. Please subscribe and press that notification bell and thumbs up.
Later, Amber Alerts on a computer at Carlee's place of employment, including one regarding the maximum age of an Amber Alert. There were other searches on Carlee's phone that appeared to shed some light on her mindset, but out of respect for her privacy, we will not be releasing the content of those searches at this time. We've asked to interview Carlee a second time, but have not been granted that request. As you can see, there are many questions left to be answered, but only Carlee can provide those answers. What we can say is that we've been unable to verify most of Carlee's initial statement made to investigators, and we have no reason to believe that there is a threat to the public safety related to this particular case. Thank you very much.
Questions, please raise your hand and I'll call them. Carol.
Chief, do you expect any charges against Carlee Russell in connection with the disappearance and in connection with what was taken from the Woodhouse?
Right now, our focus is to determine those 49 hours, so the investigation continues. So to be perfectly honest with you, that hasn't even entered our mind or been discussed.
Is it surprising to you that the family has not been cooperative in returning to be questioned?
Well, I think the family has stated to us that they didn't think that in her mental state right now, because of trauma of the incident, that she's not ready to talk, is what we've been told.
Yes, sir. Question for Chief. You stated that the abductor had orange hair. Was this abductor black male? Was it female? Black female? White female?
I believe it's a white male. Am I correct by saying that? Was it ever? Yeah, a white male.
Is this alleged abductor yet on the loose in the Hoover area?
Don't believe so.
Chief, for the WBRC, has a toxicology report been done, and were any drugs or illegal substances found in her system?
We have no report of that.
Is any indication of mental illness in this case?
Not that I'm aware of.
There's been a concern in the community that if this turned out not to be a true story, that the next time a young woman of color was missing, that it might not be taken seriously. How would you respond?
I'd respond to say that we investigate every crime to the fullest, just like we have this one.
Was she traveling with anyone since? Excuse me. Was she traveling with anyone since the time she disappeared? To your knowledge?
And not to my knowledge.
Chief, I know you said you would to verify a lot of aspects of the story. Where do you think she went? How would you characterize what happened?
You know, that's the $100 question. You know, we pretty much know exactly what took place from the time she left work until she got on the 911 call, and we can see getting out of the car on the interstate from that footage. And after that, I think she only knows. We don't know.
Well, one quick follow-up for parents. Did you speak to Carlee's parents? And why do you think it is they were so adamant that there was an abductor?
Yeah, I think parents are believing what their daughter's saying, and we've had a very good rapport with the parents, met with them on several occasions. I've talked to them today a few times, and to make them understand that we're under pressure from our community not only in our community of the state, but nationally when the story hit. And I just wanted them to understand that today we were going to have a press conference, and what we were going to detail today are facts. And everything that I've told you today is actual facts. It's not innuendos. It's not what I think. It's not what these detectives think. It is the factual information that we have. Well, I think our detectives have talked to the parents, and we're ready. We're ready to talk as soon as she's ready. So, she called right now. We're ready. How about unknown? We know the facts that we have. Everything else is unknown at this time.
What have the past few days been like for you, your department? This has been a stressful search.
Well, absolutely. And again, the focus of the investigation that Thursday when she went missing, of course, the focus was to get Carlee home. That's what we want all. We wanted her safe and sound. And that's all happened. And then, of course, this has gotten to be not only a local state story, but a national story. So, it is. It's a lot of stress on everyone in the Hoover Police Department, and the mayor, to every citizen here. We want to know the truth. I wouldn't say I'm frustrated. I mean, I'm very happy that Carlee's home. That was the main ingredient here, and then we'll figure it out. I promise you that we'll end up figuring it out. Yeah, we haven't had time to consider that, but it's again, these detectives that are here. This is just a small group of people that have been associated with this case. We have put every available resource that we have on this case because we wanted to make sure that we found out everything. We wanted to get her home, and we have. Not that I'm aware of.
Just expand on the people from the state, federal resources brought in. What were they doing exactly at while we're searching?
Sure. A lot of the from the FBI side, several agents helping us interview. I mean, as you well know, in a case like this, especially when it goes national, we got hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of calls. And when you get those calls, some of them may just be outlandish, but you've got to follow up on them because you never know that you may get that one tidbit. And I'd also say too that we had a great cooperation with the family. The family received hundreds and hundreds of tips, and every time they got a tip, they sent it to us. No, we have not determined that. No.
Question for Chief. With all of the searches that you mentioned, Chief, that were on Carlee's phone, does that kind of give you an indication of her mind state during this ordeal, 48 hours?
Yeah.
She went missing?
Well, again, we want to talk in facts, and I do think it's highly unusual to the day that someone gets kidnapped, that 7 hours, 8 hours before that they're searching the internet, Googling the movie Taken about an abduction. I find that very, very strange. Yes.
Do you feel confident that your investigators feel confident that you know why?
No, we do not know. Absolutely not.
Can you explain for us, you mentioned while at the use of Carlee she was traveling 6 football fields, which tells you what?
Which tells me that I've had kids, and I'm sure a lot of people here have, and it's very, very, again, she said it, and I'm not saying it couldn't happen because I've always been one of these guys, never say never, but 6 football fields. I like athletics, I like football. 6 football fields. To think that a toddler, barefoot, that could be 3 or 4 years old, is going to travel 6 football fields without getting in the roadway, without crying, without any just moving down. It's just very hard for me to understand. We did not see, from what we can tell, we don't see anybody on the interstate other than her car and then someone getting out of her driver's side. We have sent that off to the FBI for enhancement. It has not been returned.
Do you think in this case that charges will be forthcoming towards Carlee Russell, and how serious of a crime is it to not only fabricate a 911 call, but to lie to law enforcement during investigation?
Well, again, that's not something that we've been discussing. We're going through the still investigation, but people have to understand that when someone says something like this, we put every available resource. Everybody comes together from, like I say, state, local, federal. It's just a lot of work, and the gentleman earlier said frustrated. I mean, it is a little frustrating to think that all this has been done and we can't find anything out.
Did anyone see her calling in from the side of the road when she made that 911 call?
No, not to my knowledge.
All right, last question here.
Is this investigation held up until you can speak once again, Carlee Russell?
Well, there's a few things that we're still doing, but obviously we want to talk to Carlee as soon as we can and do an in-depth interview. And at that time, I think we'll have these investigators doing some other things. So
that's all the questions.
Wow. What a disgrace, y'all. Like, I want to know what you think up here on the panel. I don't know if Jack, man, yeah, Lord. It was truth with lies.
Chicago community activist Jedediah Brown, whom I've come to know through the Kanika Jenkins case. She was a 19-year-old found deceased in a hotel freezer in Rosemont at the Crown Plaza on September 10th of 2017. Jedediah sits with Carisha Hood, who tells her story and shares her experience of the arrest of her son, herself, the whole experience. Listen at her story. No one can tell her story like she can.
When you were in jail, I just want to know how that affected you.
Oh, man. Oh, Lord. So, I mean, from the beginning, I didn't think that I was even going to be arrested. Of course, I felt that they were going to hold me, at least for a few. But for the most part, just the whole experience, I've never been in jail. I've never been, locked up or anything. So just the whole experience, just to have to soak that in and at the same time be away from my child, knowing that my child was also going through the same thing with me was a very terrible feeling for me. So in that moment, the whole time I was just like in like shut down, stress mode. I had a face mask on because I really didn't want to be visible at that time, and you all can't imagine.
But this was traumatizing.
Very traumatizing.
Y'all allowed the media to give you a narrative, and everybody was tossed with their opinion. But what I watched y'all do again is almost re-victimize a woman who is suffering because the village keep on forgetting our role. We have to protect our women and our children. Yeah. So in emotional turmoil, she done shut down so many times since I've been talking to her, crying and going through all these emotions. I said, you can, and tell them how you felt, because I refuse to let y'all make her suffer in silence. Her whole world and her son's world have been turned upside down. So now look at the woman in her face. She said in the jail cell, you said you felt like this is the thing that really, really disturbed you. What as it relates to your child, how did you feel? You can't do it. You can't do it. It's okay. You don't have to.
No, okay.
As it relates to your child, what did you say you felt? How did you feel as it relates to things you were thinking about with your son? When you was in jail, when you were arrested, the thoughts about your son, what were those?
I can't even. So the whole time, like I said, I wasn't even thinking about my process at that moment. I was just thinking about my son, because my son is not a bad kid. My son don't hang around, other crowds of kids that's out here, participating in all these negative things, and that could possibly put him in a situation to endure that situation he was in, being locked up. So just the fact that I knew my son, number one, watching him be arrested in front of me, put in handcuffs, getting his shoestrings took out of shoes, and how he was being handled during that time, and to be separated from me. I've never been separated from neither one of my kids. And to see us have to go in separate rooms, that was a very terrible situation for me to have to endure. And then just sitting in that room, not knowing if they were trying to come interrogate him without me, even though I knew that they couldn't, but I didn't know, even just going in there asking, hey, you want some water or whatever. But for the most part, just the whole, I couldn't imagine what my son was dealing with, even being in detention.
The thing that she said to me that broke my heart is that This woman who been a victim of this situation said, I don't know. I sit here wondering if I'm gonna ever see my son again and be able to touch and hold her son again.
So the bottom line is, this case was a self-defense case. This mother and son should have never been lied on. The media and everybody just calling them suspects and treating them as such without having all of the information. And I'm not sure why this happened, but they need to get down to the bottom of this, because this could happen to any of us. This was a railroad, and they should have never been arrested. And here's why.
Illinois law allows you to defend yourself if you're being attacked, but it also mandates that if you see somebody else being attacked, you have the right to use deadly force in a situation like this to defend that other person. And that video is exactly what the statute is referring to.
So if you are one that's confused on the lawsuit, here's why, and here's the lawsuit so far.
This morning, we filed a 4-count complaint on behalf of Carisha Hood. This complaint is being filed against the city of Chicago and the defendant officers who were responsible for her arrest. The complaint contains counts of malicious prosecution, false arrest, and intentional infliction of emotional distress. We do not take what happened to Ms. Hood lightly, and we intend to pursue this lawsuit, and there will be additional lawsuits forthcoming.
And I'm telling you this on the record. She never did anything to put a child in harm's way. Stop those lies. She never told him.
Never texted him.
She never texted him. She never called him. She never asked him to do anything. She protected her son. She told him to go to the car. And the thing that is crazy is
For a fact, a big fact. And if anybody who truly know me, okay, my kids are my everything. I wouldn't dare have my son. I already knew something was off, but like I said, for the most part, I would never put my kids in a situation like that. Neither one of them.
there was, and I'm just debunking.
I didn't even want my son to witness it. That's why I said go to the car, because he overheard the argument, and that was that.
The state of Texas versus Chiwubuka in Wubadu in the case of Felicia Johnson. This document was prepared 6/9 of 2022, and the date that I'm reporting it is 6/12 of 2023. Probable cause. Affiant Sergeant A.B. Roberts is a peace officer who was employed by the Houston Police Department, assigned to the Homicide Division. Affiant has reason to believe, and does believe, that Chiwubuka in Wubadu committed the felony offense of unaliving and tampering with evidence, namely a human corpse, on or about April 6 of 2022 in Houston, Harris County, Texas. I, Sergeant A.B. Roberts, your affiant, am a certified peace officer of Houston Police Department, and I'm assigned to this homicide division. On April 21st of 2022, I was assigned along with my partner, Detective L.G. Lang, to conduct an investigation into the disappearance of Felicia Johnson, which occurred at 6750 Main Street in Houston, Harris County, Texas. The investigation is documented under Houston Incident Number 502-865-22. I reviewed the defendant's report, documented under HPD Incident Report, written by D. Jenkins, a certified peace officer employed by HPD, assigned as a parole unit with the South Central Division, whom I believe to be a reliable and credible source. While reviewing the report, I noted that Felicia Johnson was last seen at the Intercontinental Hotel, Houston Medical Center, located at 6750 Main Street, Houston, Harris County, Texas, on April 15th at approximately 5 p.m. I also noted that the reportee of the disappearance, Adriana F., informed officers Jenkins that Ms. Johnson was utilizing social media from the hotel as late as 11 p.m. While continuing to review the incident report, I began to review a supplement from D. Sigwell, a detective employed by HPD assigned to the missing persons unit, who I know to be credible and reliable. While reviewing the supplement, I noted that Detective D conducting an interview with Felicia Johnson's father, Kevin Johnson. I learned that Kevin Johnson told Detective S that Felicia Johnson's cell phone was found by her cousin's girlfriend on the side of the road near Clay Road and North Edgewood Parkway with blood on it. Affiant believes, after speaking with the family of Felicia Johnson and conducting this investigation, that it is out of character for Felicia Johnson to be without her cell phone. During the course of this investigation, Detective S provided Detective Lang and I with video surveillance that was collected from the Intercontinental Hotel Houston Medical Center located at 6750 Main Street, Houston, Harris County, Texas. Detective Lang and I reviewed the video from April 16, 2022 from various cameras that captured video of the interior and exterior of the hotel. While reviewing the video, we observed a gray Porsche Mason sports utility vehicle pull into the driveway of the hotel at approximately 2:54 a.m. We then observed Felicia Johnson enter the elevator from the 15th floor of the hotel at approximately 2:55 a.m. At approximately 2:56 a.m., Ms. Johnson, while holding both a cell phone and a purse in her hand, exits the elevator and walks into the lobby of the hotel. Ms. Johnson then exits the hotel and enters the passenger side of the gray Porsche, which subsequently leaves the area. Detective Lang and I conducted an interview with Adriana F., an associate of Felicia Johnson, and the reportee of the disappearance, who I believe to be credible and reliable as it relates to the incident during the interview. Ms. F. told us she was contacted by Ms. Johnson's family in California on April 16, 2022 at 10:30 a.m., who asked her to check Ms. Johnson's location via Find My Phone. Ms. Adriana stated she was directed by the family member to a location near Clay Road and North Eldridge Parkway. There, Ms. Adriana stated she located Ms. Johnson's cell phone, which is more partially described as an iPhone with a flower clear color case. She stated the phone was located off the road, lying screened down to the ground. Ms. Adriana stated she observed the cell phone to be fully charged. She states she collected the phone and called 911, but the police never arrived to the location. I conducted a search via HPD records management system and noted a call for service on April 16, 2022 at 12:12 p.m. by Ms. Adriana, relative to Ms. Johnson's disappearance. The phone was cleared, GOA, gone on arrival, and a report was not completed at that time. Ms. Adriana stated upon further examination of Felicia Johnson's phone, she stated that she observed blood on the side of the phone, bottom of the phone, back of the case, and inside the case. On April 21st, 2022, Detective Lang and I spoke with Ms. Adriana, with A. Valencia, a detective employed by HPD assigned to the Vice Division Human Trafficking Unit, who I know to be credible and reliable source. Detective Valencia informed us that he conducted a search of Felicia Johnson by using a website that scrapes illicit prostitution advertisement for a match. Detective Valenciana was able to locate multiple advertisements made by Ms. Johnson on various websites. The most recent advertisement was posted on a website called skipthegame.com, with the most recent posting on April 16, 2022 at 12:28 a.m., just hours before she was last seen on surveillance footage at the International Continental Hotel, Houston Medical Center. On April 22nd of 2022, a Harris County grand jury subpoena was issued to Uber Technologies, Inc., for any records pertaining to Felicia Johnson between the dates of April 10th, 2022 through the dates of April 21st, 2022. Representatives from Uber Technology, Inc. inquired for additional information pertaining to the incident specific to the location, pickup, and a vehicle detail. I learned that representatives from Uber Technology conducted a search at 6750 Main Street and a Porsche Mason gray in color. I learned from representatives from Uber that on April 16, 2022 at 2:47 a.m., an Uber was requested by Chiwubuka in Wubadu for pickup at 6750 Main Street. The drop-off was 3233 Wind Chase Boulevard, Houston, Harris County. Additional, I learned that the Uber driver assigned to the request was driving a Porsche. While continuing to review the actual records, I noted that the actual pickup time and location was 2:56 a.m. at 6750 Main Street. I also noted the Uber records provided to the following information of Chiwubuka and Wubadu phone number and email. I learned from Detective Lane, who spoke to representatives from Uber, that there were no other documented Uber ordered to 3233 Wind Chase Boulevard after Felicia was dropped off April 16th of 2022. I conducted a persons check on Chiwubaka and Wubadu and the phone number with Houston Police Department reports management. I learned that Houston Police Department responded to a SA that just occurred at 14913 Richmond Avenue, Houston, Harris County, Texas on November 11, 2020 at 5:07 a.m. I learned that offense records reported to this November 11 incident was titled Investigation Other X Offenses, documented under HPD Incident Report written by E. Jenkins, a certified peace officer employed by HPD, assigned as a patrol unit with the West Side Division, whom I believe to be credible and reliable. I received a report and learned the following information. The complainant, therefore styled Complainant 4, was at 14913 Wishman Avenue, at the lounge at West Oak apartment complex awaiting for a friend. According to the reports, Complainant 4, friend never arrived to the complex, which is when she was approached by a suspect, Chiwubaka and Wubadu, DLB 5/29/1994, who began talking to her. Complainant 4 stated she got into his vehicle bearing a license plate LLD 6670 and went for a ride. According to the report, in Wubada, parked his vehicle at a dark, unlit, dead-end street near 14913 Richmond Avenue, which is when Nwubadu grabbed the Complainant 4 and tried to RAPE her. Complainant 4 stated she and Nwubadu got into the back seat of his vehicle, where she allowed him to grab her breast, but then pull up her shirt and left. Complainant 4 stated that she got out of Nwubadu's vehicle and he began to chase her down the street, grabbed her around the wrist. Complainant 4 stated she was able to break free, run away, and call the police. Complainant 4 later denied any physical violence or sexual assault occurred, and that she did not want to press charges, but just wanted to go home. While continuing to review the report, I noted that Chiwubaka and Nwubadu was also interviewed and provided the following statement. And Wubada stated he met the Complainant 4 at the apartment complex, where they subsequently left his vehicle and went to the gas station. And Wubada stated he retrieved $150 from an ATM, placed the money on a dashboard, and Complainant 4 subsequently took it. He stated that they went to a dark, dead end of the street and got into the backseat of his vehicle. And Wubada stated Complainant 4 then left his vehicle without giving him his money back. So he subsequently tried to stop her. And Wubadu stated he then went back to the apartment complex where he met Complainant 4 and did not move until the police arrived. I also learned from Chiwubaka and Wubadu provided the following phone number to officers and an email. Perhaps if Miss Ford would have pressed charges, Felicia Johnson would be here today. Stay tuned for part 2. Part 2. We are on page 3 of the affidavit in the Felicia Johnson case. I conducted a search on Chiwubaka and Wubadu, date of birth 5/29/1994, utilizing law enforcement databases, and learned that he had a current Texas driver's license with his listed address at 3233 Winchase Boulevard, number 1401, Houston, Harris County, Texas. I know that this address is the location Felicia Johnson was taken to by an Uber driver on April 16, 2022 at 3:28 a.m. Based on vehicle information learned in HPD incident number, I then conducted a vehicle search on Texas license plate, utilizing law enforcement databases. I reviewed a return and learned that license plate LLD 6670 returned to a 2009 silver Honda Accord. Hereafter styled suspect vehicle registered to Chiwubaka in Wobado. I also noted that the registered address of the suspect vehicle was 14935 South Richmond Avenue, apartment 1832, Houston, Texas. On April 22, 2002, Detective Lane and I reviewed surveillance footage from various cameras owned by a neighborhood owner association for the area that encompasses 3233 Winchester Boulevard. The cameras reviewed were affixed near the entrance of the neighborhood and included a camera with automatic license plate recognition, which allows the cameras to capture a clear photograph of the license plate of a vehicle. We began to review footage that was taken on April 16th of 2022. Upon review, the suspect vehicle, LP, number LLD 6670, is captured in the ALPR camera arriving to the area at 3:18 a.m. and traveling south on Winchester Boulevard in the direction of 3233 Winchester Boulevard at 3:21 a.m. Felicia's Uber, a Porsche, is seen arriving in the area and traveling south of Winchase Boulevard in the direction of 3233 Winchase Boulevard. At 3:29, the Porsche is seen leaving the area north of Winchase Boulevard towards Richmond Avenue. At 3:40, the suspect vehicle, LLD 6670, is captured on the ALPR camera traveling northbound on Winchase Boulevard towards Richmond Avenue. The suspect vehicle is then observed turning west on Richmond Avenue towards SH Highway 6. Additionally, we reviewed a camera that captured the end of Winchase Boulevard near the front entrance of 3233 Winchase Boulevard. While reviewing this particular camera, we noted the following. At approximately 3:18 a.m., the suspect vehicle pulls into the front entrance of the apartment complex. At approximately 3:29, an individual matching the description of Felicia Johnson exits the Porsche and walks into the area of the front entrance of 3233 Winchase Boulevard. On April 23, 2022, I met with Yenry Romero, the property manager of Winchase Hamlet Apartment Homes located at 3233 Winchase Boulevard, Houston, Texas, Harris County, Texas. I learned from Mrs. Romero that Chiwubuka and Wubadu was a resident at the apartment complex from November 2017 through March of 2020. Ms. Romero stated that Nwubudu specifically moved out on March 31st, 2020. I also learned that Mrs. Romero, that the number Nwubudu provided on his rental application for residents and occupants was 281-772-2943. On April 22nd, 2022, Charlene Wilford, a volunteer with Texas EquiSearch, located a purse matching Felicia Johnson's purse description just off the road in Bear Creek Park, in close proximity to where Felicia's family found her cell phone with blood on it. I was present at the location when the purse was recovered and documented the following. Investigator A, a crime scene investigator with the Houston Forensic Science Center, processed the scene where the purse was recovered, while Investigator L processed the purse. I observed within the contents Felicia Johnson's California ID card, multiple credit cards, and a face mask. On April 28th of 2022, I reviewed a lab report generated by Fatima Torres Perez, a forensic analysis with the Houston Forensic Science Center. Regarding analysis conducted for both Felicia's cell phone items and cell phone case, I noted that blood was indicated on both Felicia's cell phone and cell phone case. Detective Lang and I reviewed surveillance footage from Richmond Estates apartment complex located at 14631 Richmond Avenue. This particular apartment is located just north of Chiwubuka and Wobadu's current residence, 14935 South Richmond Avenue, apartment 1832. The camera reviewed were affixed on various structures within the apartment complex, which allowed the cameras to capture the public roadway of the 14600 block of Richmond Avenue and the 2900 block of South Richmond Avenue. Additionally, one of the cameras that was reviewed was positioned in a way that it captured an area in South Richmond Avenue consistent with the front entrance of Chiwubuka and Rubadu's current residence. We began to review footage that was taken on April 16th and noted the following. At approximately 3:14 a.m., the suspect vehicle is observed traveling northbound on South Richmond Avenue from the area of 14935 South Richmond Avenue towards Richmond Avenue. The suspect vehicle then turns eastbound on Richmond Avenue south of Highway 6. I know this to be the most direct route to 3233 Winchase Boulevard, the location where Felicia Johnson was dropped off by the Uber. At approximately 3:51 a.m., the suspect vehicle is observed traveling westbound on Richmond Avenue, Highway 6, then turns southbound on South Richmond Avenue. The suspect vehicle then turns east off of South Richmond Avenue into an area consistent with the front entrance of the Link apartment complex at 14935 South Richmond Avenue, Harris County. At approximately 4:54 a.m., the suspect vehicle is observed traveling northbound on South Richmond Avenue from the area of 14935 South Richmond Avenue towards Richmond Avenue. The suspect vehicle then turns eastbound on Richmond Avenue towards Highway 6. At approximately 5:38 a.m., the suspect vehicle is observed traveling on Richmond Avenue from Highway 6, then turns southbound on South Richmond Avenue towards 14935 South Richmond Avenue. On April 23rd, 2022, a Harris County grand jury subpoena was issued to Wells Fargo for the account record associated with Chiwubuka and Wubadu and the credit card that was utilized to purchase the Uber that picked up Felicia Johnson between the dates of April 10th, 2022 through the dates of April 22nd of 2022. On May 12, 2022, I received records from Wells Fargo pertaining to the account records. I received the records and noted that Nwubudu had 2 ATM withdrawals on April 16, 2022 for $300 and $200. I also noted that he made 2 purchases from Walmart. One of the purchase was on April 16th of 2022 and the other was on April 17th, 2022. On May 12, 2022, a Harris County grand jury subpoena was issued for Walmart for Chiwubaka and Nwubudu's purchases to include surveillance footage both for April 16th and the 17th. Later that day, I received record pertaining to the purchases and surveillance and noted the following. On April 16, 2022, a purchase was made for a t-shirt costing $11.97 and then a Ozark Trail flashlight with 550 lumens. I also reviewed still shot photos from the front entrance of Walmart and the checkout at the kiosk related to the purchase. I noted while Chiwubaka and Nwubudu was utilizing the checkout kiosk, he had bandages wrapped around his right hand. On April 17th, a purchase was made for 4 hand towels, hefty 13-gallon trash bags for the amount of $7.17, hefty 30-gallon flex trash bags for $7.17, and the hefty 13-gallon trash bags 80 count, and the hefty 30-gallon trash bags were 20 count. Additionally, the photograph from the checkout kiosk and interest also depicted Nwubudu with a bandage wrapped around his right hand. On May 13th of 2022, a search warrant signed by Harris County District Attorney Herman and executed for Chiwubaka and Nwubudu's vehicle, more particularly described as a 2009 silver Honda Accord. Investigator K, a crime scene investigator with the Houston Forensic Science Center, processed Nwubudu's residence for evidence. I learned from Investigator B that she collected swabs for apparent blood stains throughout various areas of the residence, to include but not limited to the following: on the floor in the hallway, just outside the bathroom, on a flip-flop in the bedroom, bottom of the office chair in the bedroom, bedroom floor, bottom of the bedroom door jamb, bottom of the exterior bedroom door, and front of the bedroom nightstand. Additionally, Investigator B pointed out to my partner and I that she used the Blue Star reagent, a chemical compound that lights up when it comes in contact with blood. And we observed large areas of the bedroom floor and the hallway floor just outside the bathroom/bedroom light up, indicating it was positive for blood. Stay tuned for part 3. If you have not subscribed to my channel, please subscribe now. Smash that notification bell and make sure you select all for all notifications.
Remember the missing California woman, 24-year-old Felicia Johnson? She was last seen alive in the Houston area almost a year ago. Now, the family has suspicions about a discovery miles away from where Felicia was last seen. Now, we are following this on KHU 11 Morning News. There is new information that the family is telling us about a body being found and jewelry of hers found on it. Her alleged killer still remains on the run, 28-year-old Chukwu Ebuka Nwubudu.
It was determined through DNA and dental records that the remains were that of Felicia Johnson. Johnson was a victim of a homicide in Houston in April of 2022, and Nwubudu has been charged with the murder in her death. Investigators believe Johnson was dismembered and removed from Nwubudu's apartment, and the suspect did extensive research to cover up the crime. Johnson was 24 years old when she was reported missing from Intercontinental Houston Medical Center Hotel in the 6700 block of Main Street on April 16th of 2022. Johnson's father said during a news conference in April 2022 that she was traveling from California to Houston for a job auction at an adult club, but was turned away. According to Uber records, investigators subpoenaed, and Nwubudu was the one who requested a ride for Johnson from the hotel to his apartment in Richmond Avenue on April 16th of 2022. Using that information from Uber, investigators obtained leads such as Nwubudu's phone number and email address. Houston searching his name in their system, HPD found his address from November 2020. Police reports were where he was being investigated for a sexual assault. However, the case was dismissed when the alleged victim declined to press charges. Johnson's family in California told police they last heard from her on April 15th. On April 16th, they asked a friend in Houston to search for Johnson based on the last location they pinged on her cell phone. Her friend ended up finding Johnson's phone covered in blood at Bear Creek Park. Charging documents state that Johnson and Nwobodo were communicating on Snapchat, and her message showed they agreed to meet for $500. And Nwobodo's bank records show that he withdrew money from his Wells Fargo account on April 16th in that amount, according to the court documents. Records show that on the 16th and 17th, Nwobodo brought several supplies from Walmart and Home Depot, including a flashlight, shirt, gloves, saw, trash bags, and towels. Nwobodo made multiple online searches after April 16th relevant to cleaning DNA evidence, deleting digital information, missing persons investigations, and how to get away with murder. On May 13th, HPD conducted a search warrant and arrested Nwobodo after they said they found blood, weapons, receipts, and supplies in the suspect's car. They also found Johnson's DNA and blood in his apartments. Officers seized his cell phone and found a photo of a dismembered woman and 3 additional photos of deceased individuals, charging documents stated. It is unclear why Nwobodo was not immediately arrested. Nwobodo is believed to have fled this country. He is currently on the run. Let's keep the family of Felicia Johnson in our thoughts and prayers. On February 28th of 2023, Kevin Johnson, Felicia Johnson's father, updated us on her GoFundMe. And he says, I remember when she was 5 years old, going on 30. LOL. She was so responsible. She would set her alarm by herself and wake up in the morning. She would get dressed and make her bed up all by herself. I miss her so much. I can tell you one thing for sure, no matter where she was or what she was doing, she always came home for any birthdays. We had so much fun as a family, and I cherish the 24 years that I had the privilege to be her father. She was taken too soon. Her whole life was in front of her. I was looking forward to walking her down the aisle and being a grandparent. We raised our kids right, but no matter what the road they choose, this should never be the outcome they experience. As a parent that has lost a child, I can promise you that I will not rest until all parties involved are brought to justice. It's not over. This is just the beginning of the end of the perpetrator. My hope is that somehow there could be a cash reward for the suspect. Maybe that will bring him to justice.
Man. It's like a nightmare, man. It's I can't even sleep. I'm just frustrated. My heart is just aching, man. And, as a father, man, a praying man.
Bernard Robinson is begging for answers about how his daughter, Shanquella, died last month in Cabo.
I just want some truth, because this don't even add up right.
He says he and his wife were told Shanquella died of alcohol poisoning, but the autopsy says she died due to injuries to the spinal cord and neck. A video has now also surfaced showing someone attacking Shanquella.
Through the grace of God, I think I'm gonna get to the bottom of it, sir. God not gonna fail. It's gonna come out. It's gonna come out.
Information out of Cabo authorities has been difficult to obtain.
Of course, my story is going to be different because I got there a day late. I can only tell you what I know from 3:30 till Sunday when I left. That's all I can do. I really can't give nobody no other answer from Friday because they didn't tell me. I didn't go in there, sit down and make no alibi with nobody. I didn't know nothing. They didn't tell me nothing. Cross my heart and hope to die on this Bible right here. I don't know nothing. I didn't sit and make no alibi. I didn't even have time. I got there an hour later. The nurse came in the door. Tried to help pull it. Tried to put some salines in her, but her energy. She didn't have no electrolytes. Her oxygen was low, so she couldn't find them. Y'all don't understand what I went through. Into social media.
If you touch somebody close to me, then you have to take. We came here together, and we're going to leave out of here together. So it takes some type of cold-hearted individual to take her clothes and take everything and go to her family and tell it lie. Now don't nobody want to answer the phone. I promise you, if you dial these same phone numbers, you're going to get voicemails, and some of them have even changed their phone numbers. That's not going to stop the truth from coming out, because all you have to do is legally subpoena phone records. And that's not gonna save you. Changing your phone number ain't gonna save you.
It's my friends for me, cause y'all, it don't take that long to get naked. It don't take that long to get naked, hoes. Where y'all at? She told me I'm gonna keep it hot. You gonna keep it hot? What?
I would keep my hot business suits that I don't want to wear because it's cute as fuck.
They what Go said they crew.
The one that's like mediocre is in my champion. I can't wear them.
This is Khalil Cook in this video. Okay, this is him in the video. He has Quella's phone, and I want you guys to see this. I'm gonna watch. First, buddy. She too slow.
We do it down to it. Fuck those who don't do it how we do it because we used to it. Drink, motherfucking
drink.
One.
Winter, come on now.
Deja, you be working.
Deja, we know you weren't working on upper body when you was working out. Come on, let me see what you got, Winter.
Winter,
what is that?
I'm gonna
What a card, man. These people here.
My name is Alani Lenor. I go to Cherokee High School, and I've been coming to Urban Tangles for about 2 months now, and I just love everybody there. Alicia, everybody's so nice, and the difference between her salon and other salons is that they're really quick, and they'll get you in and out, and there's no uncomfortable not speaking. Everybody's really sweet. They initiate a conversation, and whenever I go to an event, everybody's like, where'd you get your hair done? And I always look the best there.
Family is desperate tonight to find their missing daughter.
Yeah, they are speaking out for the very first time after their daughter vanished in Midtown Atlanta just over a week ago.
We're here today standing together in solidarity, demanding the safe return of our daughter, Alani.
With her pictures in hand, the friends and family of 24-year-old Alani Lenor pleaded for help on Sunday, just more than a week since Alani disappeared.
And Alani, if you can hear me, your mother and your father, we love you very much, and we will not stop looking for you until you're found.
Baby girl, it's mommy. I love you. I don't care what this is about. All I care is that my daughter comes home.
Alani's mother and father spoke out at the site where they say their daughter was last seen. This apartment complex at 1660 Peachtree Street Northeast in Midtown Atlanta. Her parents believe someone kidnapped her.
This is not her behavior. She would not leave. For no reason. There's no reason. So that's why we know she had to have been taken.
Her parents say Alani went to the apartments with a girlfriend to visit a couple of men. So far, Atlanta police aren't saying much about their investigation, but are asking for the public's help in finding Alani. Her parents desperate to bring her home.
Baby girl, we are being strong. And you came from strength. This is not the end of your story. This is only the beginning. Please fight. Keep fighting. And we're going to all keep praying for you to have strength to come home. We're looking for you. We're never going to stop saying your name, Alani Lenor. We will not stop talking for you. We will not stop fighting for you or any of these other little girls that are coming up missing. These women are just leaving black, brown. You're not saying anything about them, but guess what? We're not going to stop here. We're going to continue until the city speaks up and says they are not going to allow for our children to come up missing, even if they are adult children. Our sisters, our mothers, all kind of women are missing from this city. Everybody knows that this city is a capital for sex trafficking, and ain't nobody out here saying anything. So therefore now, this is is our life's mission to continue to speak for not only you, baby girl, but we know that when we find you, you're going to talk to other people too. You're going to show up because this is who you are. Look at all your family and friends. We're here, baby, and we ain't going to stop. That's right. Good job, Mom. Good job, Mom. We love you.
Renowned private investigator is joining in the search for a missing Gwinnett County woman. It's been almost 3 weeks now since Alani Lenor went with a friend to an Atlanta apartment complex. She was seen going in, but no one has seen her since.
My name is Alani Lenor. I go to Cherokee High School, and I've been coming to Urban Tangles for about 2 months now.
Hello, everyone. A lot of you guys may know that about a week ago, I did a story on a young lady that went missing in an Atlanta apartment. The 24-year-old was last seen going into the 1660 Peachtree Midtown Apartments with 3 friends in Atlanta, Georgia. Police says she has not been seen since. Now, she was ID'd going into the place, but she was not seen coming out. Her family, her mother and her father, they're desperately looking for her. The mom said, "I just want to know where my kid is." Jeanette Jackson is her name. Nobody deserves to just go somewhere and disappear. So right now, I just want to read a few of the reviews from the apartment that's coming from people that live there. Now check this out, guys. I already said Allahnia was seen going into the place, but never seen coming out. They have identified 2 men that she was going to meet, allegedly. So here are some reviews. Please read if you are considering living here. I've lived here for 3 years. We were robbed twice, and they wouldn't let us out of our lease when we didn't feel safe. We were robbed the day after a maintenance request. My Mac was not visible from outside, but the following night, my window was smashed in while we were home, and they took my computer. The front office refused to think this could be linked to the maintenance staff. That is shady. Another person said, "Unsafe place. A girl went missing from an apartment. Very scary here to hear that. None of the CCTVs work." Another complaint, "Have been here a little bit over a month and have had a decent experience overall. My apartment is so pretty and we haven't had any major issues. Walking around during the day is fine and everything seems to be okay when it's lit out. However, recently a girl went missing and we weren't notified by the complex at all. We had to find out when a family placed flyers in all of our doors. The apartment gates for the residents has been broken and completely off the hinges for several days, even after the incident happened. The front and back gates are constantly broken or just open, which allows random people to come into the complex, meaning they can walk around wherever, day or night. Safety is not a priority and it needs to be fixed ASAP. While some things are out of our control, their control, the gates and basic safety are a necessity and shouldn't be overlooked. Security should be on top of priority things, especially in light of the recent events. Once that gets fixed, the experience will be much better, much enjoyable, and I'm sure more residents will have a more positive experience. It's frustrating because the view is great and we have a lot of natural light and space. Another complaint says units are reasonably priced, but lots of hidden fees and utilities are overpriced. Someone went missing in the complex and had not yet been found. A bullet came through our window. Management is horrible at communicating. They seemingly do not care about our complaints or our comfort of tenants as long as they get paid, because they rarely respond to us or help us with our issues. Maintenance does not take care of the grounds, so it's always kind of, disgusting. When they do clean, they focus on the main building and common areas and give little attention to other buildings. This gives the illusion, but the complex is kept up. Well, this gives the illusion that the complex is kept up, but it's often covered in trash. Elevators often smell like cigarette smoke. Tenants treat the grounds poorly, constantly leaving trash wherever they see fit. Security gates is regularly open and or broke. On weekends, I regularly find doors that are accessible only to residents propped open by something or someone where someone can just walk in and out. I've never seen so much reckless driving in a parking lot, in a parking garage in my life. It's downright dangerous. They have security systems in the units, but you can't actually use them because you can't operate them. Sometimes the elevators smell like actual human pee. Wow. The apartment complex is not safe or maintained. This is another person. Gates haven't been secure for months, and now a girl went missing. There's trash all over the complex. Maintenance is quick to come fix the small issues, but any large issues will take ages and a lot of effort on your part to resolve it. Complex provides no compensation, either when there are mistakes and failures to maintain their property